We are live now. We are live now. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. I am Zani, and my co-host is the Rohingya brother, Rodney Sanluen, from Frankfurt, Germany. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. I am Zani, and my co-host is the Rohingya brother, Rodney Sanluen, from Frankfurt, Germany. Good morning. One second, let me just wherever you are, I am Sunny. My co-host is Rohingya brother. Get rid of this. Got it. My apologies. We are here today to support the Palestinian brothers and sisters who have been under total genocidal siege over the last 5 weeks, not to mention 14 or 15 years, they have been blockaded. We are here not as Jewish people or Muslims or Buddhists or atheists or communists. We are here because we are humans. Never again is the warning, a warning to humanity that was inscribed in the memorial stone of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest Nazi death camp. I was there with my family just last week, 7 days ago. And also last week, I heard Prime Minister Netanyahu misusing, abusing, and distorting this moral clarion call for post-Holocaust world to never let genocide happen to any human community, whatever their group identity. Netanyahu shouted at the press conference, "Never again is now." To add insult to the injuries of 1.5 million Jewish people who perished at the hands of Nazi executioners at Auschwitz, just one camp, not to mention multiple death and satellite camps across Nazi-occupied Europe. The Israeli delegation turned up at the UN Security Council meeting wearing the Star of David, the yellow Star of David that the Nazis made the Jewish population of Nazi-occupied Europe to wear before they were sent to concentration, forced labor, and death camps. So we are living in extraordinary time that the rallying cry for humanity to come together to prevent and protect any type of human population from similar atrocities, genocides, nothing less, has been used by the state of Israel and its entire political class and political leaders and their supporters around the world as a call to obliterate, annihilate the entire Gaza population of 2.3 million people. And 1 million of them are children, as Amnesty International pointed out. Israeli Defense Forces has been killing 420 children, some of them too young to be named, every day the last 5 weeks. So we have a message today. We stand as human community around the world. In this rally, we have over 20 nations represented. We have Jewish people, we have Muslims, we have atheists, we have communists, we have Christians, we have Buddhists. We are here as a human community to stand for our brothers and sisters in Gaza and Greater Palestine. And we are here to oppose Israel's genocidal destruction of Gaza that is continuing as we speak today. So we have about 50 speakers, including descendants of some of the Holocaust victims. And one of my friends, Rob Lenkin, who will be playing piano in a pre-recorded session, his mother was a secretary and lifelong opponent of political Zionism, and a Jewish person in West London who was in charge as secretary for kinder transport of Jewish children from Czechoslovakia. We have Stephen Shaw from Brooklyn, who is with the Jewish Voice for Peace, who will be playing a Jewish mourning song, mourning for the victims of Gaza and beyond. So without further ado, let us begin this program. And then in the end, we will call for the general boycott of Zionist Israel. We are not against any Jewish person. We oppose categorically anti-Semitism, just as we oppose Islamophobia and other forms of racism. Let's begin. Nisalme? We are going to play a poem recited by a Rohingya genocide survivor.
Hi, this is pacifist Farooq. I'm a Rohingya refugee. I'm reciting this poem to show solidarity with the hundreds of innocent children being killed in the Gaza Strip every day. So let me recite the poem. The title of the poem is I'm a Palestinian child. I'm a Palestinian child. Nothing is definite for me. Not my land, nor my name. My land is stolen before my birth. My name is erased by occupation. I'm a Palestinian child. Nothing is definite for me. Not my life, nor my future. My future is grave. My life has been hanged for years. I'm a Palestinian child. Nothing is definite for me. Not my home, nor my freedom. My home is bombarded. My freedom is locked up inside an open-air prison. I'm a Palestinian child. Nothing is definite for me. Not my sky, nor my air. My air is flooded with tears. My sky is occupied by fear. I'm a Palestinian child. Nothing is definite for me. Not my breath, not my oxygen. My oxygen is contaminated. My breath is controlled by Israel. I'm a Palestinian child. Nothing is definite for me, but a granted gift. The definiteness of the definite, that is death. At any time, I can be killed by Israeli airstrike. Thank you.
Next in line is Amal Akash and Biti Ghosh. They're cultural activists, and one is an academic. They have this cultural band called Samagid, and they have dedicated a song which they composed to the Palestinian people. And they will say a few words of solidarity, and then we will play their song.
Hello, thank you. Since our childhood, we have been experienced that Israeli authorities mobilize military power and put all their strength to killing people, bombing houses and hospitals, and destroying people's lives in Gaza and the West Bank. Why this permanent war, bloodshed, genocide, sufferings, insecurity, and uncertainty for generations? What are the United Nations, international criminal courts, US and UK doing? They are silent. This unbearable silence either comes from an unprecedented inhuman numbness or simply hypocrisy. We, Shamogit, stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine And we hope that people all over the world will raise their voice to see an end to this brutality. Thank you.
Thank you. Amo?
Yes, thank you. A little boy was playing football with his friends. A little boy was playing football with his friends. Hell came from the sky, your party begins. A little girl was singing, how lovely she sings. A little girl was singing, how lovely she sings. Then the singing turns crying, your party begins. And your party begins. A little baby was sleeping in peace in silence. A little baby was sleeping in peace in silence. And then was that bomb sound, your party begins. And your party begins. And your party begins. And your party begins. When a father in Gaza holds a dead little kid, do you watch it on TV? Does your heart ever bleed? When a father in Gaza holds a dead little kid, do you watch it on TV? Does your heart ever bleed? And the tears of their mother watch the blood from their face. Oh mama, oh mama. And the tears of their mother watch the blood from their face. She's holding her loved ones in final embrace. Oh mama, oh mama. Does it civilize you, helps in making progress? Does it give you sound sleep, gives glory to your rest? Does it civilize you, helps in making progress? Does it give you sound sleep, gives glory to your rest? Does it give you orgasm? Does it please your sense? Puts a smile on your face? Did you kill your conscience? Does it give you orgasm? Does it please your sense? Puts a smile on your face? Did you kill your conscience? Did you kill your conscience? Did you kill your conscience? Oh dear uncle, will you praise that it's just self-defense?
We will
Thank you very
play.
much.
Yeah. We will
Thank you
play.
very much.
You're very welcome and thank you. U.S. Senator Joe Biden's speech that reveals the United States' strategic rationale behind all the unconditional support for Israel's right to self-defense. As a genocide scholar, I wish to emphasize that all genocides are always, without failure and exception, conducted in the name of self-defense, from the Nazis to the Myanmar Buddhist military regime to Rwanda and others. And Nisalwin, Senator's speech.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. If we look at the Middle East, I think it's about time we stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
With age, U.S. President Biden has not gotten wiser. He is now genocide complicit in the full view of the world. Then we're going to play the former Prime Minister, Dr. Mahathir Mohamad's 8-minute address, specially made for this gathering. And Mahathir has turned 98 earlier this year, and he remains a staunch and compassionate supporter of Palestinian struggle. Malaysia does not recognize Israel and does not issue visa to Israelis.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace be upon you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts regarding the Israeli genocide and occupation of Palestine and the regime's current efforts to fully consolidate its hold on Palestinian territories. In many ways, it is not something unexpected, at least in terms of Israel wanting to wipe out Palestinians and at the same time wipe Palestine off the map. However, despite efforts by Israel and its Western backers, from their governments to their media, to compartmentalize the current crisis as one sparked off by Hamas attacks on October the 7th, the rest of the world are fully aware that the attacks are at best an attempt to retaliate against the decades of genocide and atrocities committed by Israel. In many ways, the creation of Hamas and its retaliation and even its existence is a direct result of Israel's genocide and the tacit endorsement from the West, in particular the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who support Israel, what do they expect from the Palestinians who had witnessed their grandparents, parents, children, and babies murdered, raped, tortured, imprisoned, and stripped of their dignity? Making it worse, global powers which wear morality and humanity on their sleeves turn a blind eye, or rather, in most instances, support, provide arms, and fund and extend military backing. The atrocities committed on the Palestinians are generational, meaning that it had been committed on one generation to the next. They were witness to the inhumane treatment perpetrated on those before them, then for them to be subjected to such dehumanizing acts, then to again be witness of such cruelties committed on their next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm repeating myself and that of others, but it has to be made clear that Israel is an occupier and Palestine is the occupied. It is not too difficult a concept to understand. Any occupier is evil, and the occupied, when they stand up against the occupiers, are heroes liberating and they are freedom fighters. Do not forget Nelson Mandela, Ho Chi Minh, Subhash Chandra Bose, Che Guevara, Michael Collins, Jose Rizal, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and even Malaysia's Malay nationalists. They were labeled rebels and terrorists and were killed or subjected to the worst kind of atrocities by the occupiers and colonialists. But upon the independence of their nations, they were heralded as heroes and liberators of their land. Ladies and gentlemen, what Palestine and in fact the rest of the world is seeing is a new round of colonialism. If we watch closely, What had happened to Iraq, Afghanistan, and even Ukraine is colonialism or their proxies at work. Invasions and aggressions are justified as efforts to counter terrorism and militancy, but we know they were mere camouflage to hide their lust for oil and territory apart from their love for war. The West, the US, and its lapdog ally, the United Kingdom, lie and misled their people into supporting their wars. The lie about the weapons of mass destruction is testimony to the extent of their deception and propaganda to justify their aggression, and the results were the murders of millions of innocent Iraqis. Without remorse or shame, new leaders who had taken over the rule of these belligerent nations now support Israel's genocide of Palestinians and inevitably Israel's effort to take over whatever is left of the Palestinian land. Simply put, the US and UK and their Western backers are assisting Israel to conclude their colonization of Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked, surely the leaders of US and UK, leading nations of democracy and human rights, could not be that evil in their considerations. I cannot fathom their inner thoughts, but I can assess what they do, and I do believe that they are only concerned with democracy and human rights if and when it serves their interests. We have to understand that these leaders inherit nations that were founded on colonialism or seizure of other people's land. The United Kingdom thrived on colonialism, and they gave up their colonies not from the goodness of their hearts. Hence, the behavior of their leaders, including one whose forefathers were victims of British colonialism, continues to be that of colonialists. The US is definitely a settler's colony in which Native Americans were ethnically cleansed by the settlers. What the US settlers did to the Native Americans are no different than that being committed by the Israelis on the Palestinians. The UK government, though merely a lapdog of the US, have delusions of the glory of their colonial past. Hence, its preparedness to see genocide being committed on a people without any compassion. What is being committed is merely an extension or replication of what it used to inflict upon the peoples living in their empire. As for Israel, it is a colonial settler, and with the US, UK, and other former imperialist nations supporting it, commits the worst kind of crimes against humanity, wantonly and with impunity. Each and every one of them has had blood on their hands, and they now lust for more. Thank you.
We will play the late Nelson Mandela's intellectual and moral position on Palestine, which he articulated on the US network ABC News when he was in the United States. And the host was Ted Koppel.
I went further, however, to say that the support for Yasser Arafat in his struggle does not mean that the ANC has ever doubted the right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders. But of course, as I said to Mr. Sigmund in Geneva and others, that we carefully define what we mean by secure borders. We do not mean that Israel has the right to retain the territories they conquered from the Arab world, like the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the West Bank. We don't agree with that. Those territories should be returned to the Arab people.
Thank you. Let me switch the screen to speaker's view. And the next speaker we have is member of the Parliament of the Irish Parliament in Dublin, Richard Boyd Barrett. He is a tireless supporter, activist, and against any wars. He is with People Before Profit Party. Richard.
Thank you, Mong. And first of all, can I extend my solidarity to the Rohingya people and to say that it is particularly honorable and noble that the Rohingya people, who themselves have suffered decades of horrific persecution and racism and ethnic cleansing and a genocidal assault that has displaced more than 1 million people and has visited the most terrible suffering on the Rohingya people, that given that suffering, that they should take the time to stand with the people of Palestine as they face this horrific onslaught by the apartheid state of Israel. But it is, of course, appropriate that that would be the case because, as Mong said, it is precisely if we want to commemorate and honor the victims of genocide and, as was mentioned, of one of the greatest genocides, the Nazi Holocaust against the Jewish people. It is precisely if we want to honor the victims of these horrors that we must stand with the Palestinian people today, and we must name the crime that is being committed by them, are being committed by Israel against the Palestinian people as genocide. And as others have said, the background to this, as much as the sponsors and promoters of Israel in Britain and the UK want to deny the reality of what's going on and claim that somehow Israel is engaged in an act of so-called self-defense, that the truth behind all of this is that the Israeli regime, the apartheid system, is a colonial project. And we are very familiar with this, and it is why people in Ireland stand so steadfastly with the Palestinians, because we understand the close parallels that have already been alluded to between the suffering and persecution and oppression and ethnic cleansing that the Palestinian people are suffering and our own history. And it was, if Joe Biden summed up the terrible, brutal logic of colonialism and why the United States back it, there's another quote that I think equally does it and draws the parallel with our own history in Ireland. And that was from a man called Sir Ronald Storrs, who was the British Governor General of Jerusalem in 1936, as part of Mandate Palestine, who were promoting the development of the Zionist movement and what would emerge as the state of Israel, with the terrible consequences that the Palestinian people suffered. And what Ronald Storrs said in 1936, when he was asked why was Britain supporting this Zionist movement, he said the following. He said, "Our intention is to create a loyal little Jewish Ulster in the Middle East to guard against a potentially hostile sea of Arabism." And for those who don't know, that is a reference to Ireland. Ulster is a province in Ireland. And he was referring to the divide and rule tactics that Britain deployed in order to consolidate its colonial control of Ireland for hundreds of years, where they set Protestant and Catholic against one another to divide and rule the population in order to subjugate Ireland to colonial rule. And so very consciously, the British colonial and the British Empire set out to replicate in Palestine what they had done to Ireland. And of course, in Ireland, that had terrible consequences. The Great Famine of the 1840s, where the Irish population was halved from 8 million to 4 million in just a couple of decades, and decades of persecution and oppression. And when people fought back in Ireland, they were called terrorists, as has been said. But in fact, they were the oppressed, they were the subjugated, and nobody would doubt that now. And that is precisely the situation for the people in Palestine. This idea that there's equivalence, that Israel is acting to defend some legitimate interest, when in fact, from the beginning, this has been a project of colonialism, of mass displacement of the Palestinian people, and of the oppression of the Palestinian people by an apartheid state that is built on ethnic cleansing and racism. So standing with the Palestinians is not just about taking sides for a particular group of people who are suffering the most horrific genocidal attack now, but actually it is about standing for humanity. It is about always standing with the oppressed against the oppressor, always standing with the people who are victims of empire, of colonialism, and of the greed of big powers trying to steal resources and territory and land. And it is in the interests of common humanity to stand with the Palestinians for the interests of common humanity and to stand against oppression. And that is not an anti-Semitic comment. It is exactly the opposite of that. It is because we must detest racism and oppression that we must and honor the memories of the previous victims of Holocaust and genocide, that we have to stand full square with the Palestinian people. And as we did with apartheid South Africa, to say a regime based on apartheid and ethnic cleansing must be dismantled in favor of a society where everybody has freedom, justice, and self-determination and are treated as equal members of humanity. So well done to you, and let's build a campaign from here in this horrible, dark moment to achieve what was achieved in apartheid South Africa, to dismantle that regime and finally give the liberation and self-determination and justice and freedom that the Palestinian people deserve, and that could allow Jewish people and Arab people and Christian people and people of no religion to live as free and equal citizens in the land that is Palestine.
Thank you very much, Richard, for that impassioned and spot-on analysis. The next speaker is a Palestinian brother. There will be the three of them speaking, two live and one pre-recorded. Professor Mazen Quimsier from the University of Bethlehem. Forgive me if I don't introduce speakers and other contributors by their full bios.
Thank you very much. Thanks for hosting this. I think Dr. Mahathir's statement was so eloquent on a short statement, concise and effective analysis that should be widely publicized. I think, the truth is slowly coming out, despite the most horrific attempts to silence free speech that we have seen. There's something unique about what's happening in this genocide. I mean, we've had genocides in history, as mentioned by the previous speakers, and Boyd Barrett, for example, spoke about this. that we need to recognize previous Holocausts, like what happened to Armenians, Jews, Congo, etc. There were lots of Holocausts in history, but there is something peculiar about this. Now, I say it's a genocide because there's actually an international convention against the crime of genocide. And in this convention, I'll read you just a couple of articles from it because this is directly applicable here. Genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, or a racial group or religious group, as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harms to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on a group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. I could go on, but you can see already from the description, this is the 1949 Convention Against Genocide, and clearly Israel is violating this. Clearly Israel fits it to a T. Israel is a textbook case of genocide, what they are doing to the Palestinian people, and have been doing it, by the way, for 75 years. Israel ethnically cleansed 530 Palestinian villages and towns. We are 15 million Palestinians, 8 million of us are refugees or displaced people. The other Palestinians are found under Israeli control also in Bantustans, ghettos, or appropriately you can call them concentration camps. Gaza is one concentration camp. Where I'm speaking to you from here, and Abdel Fattah after me will speak, is from the ghetto or concentration camp of Bethlehem. But let's update you a little bit on what's happening in Gaza. Just in the past 24 hours, Israel shelled 4 hospitals and shelled ambulances that were transporting sick people. And in one case, an ambulance in front of Shifa Hospital that damaged the ambulance, but also killed a lot of the Palestinians who were in the courtyard of the Shifa Hospital. 15 Palestinians were killed, and many, over 60, were injured, severe injuries. These are not, numbers, but if you want numbers, now Palestinians are killed in the past almost a month at a rate of 1 per 4 minutes. Every 4 minutes, and my talk is about 8 or 10 minutes, so we're talking 2 people will be killed before I finish my talk. 1 per 4 minutes are killed. 6 children are killed for every hour. 4 women are killed on average for every hour. 138 medical personnel were killed. Over 35 journalists were killed. At least 30 ambulances were targeted. Civil defense groups were targeted. Schools were targeted. Also in the past 24 hours, 1 school, UN-administered school, was targeted. Now, of course, schools are not operational. No students are going to school for the past month. What these schools, UN schools, are being used for, they're used to shelter people as under the flag of the UN. UNRWA schools supposedly to be protected, and Israel has their coordinates, and yet they targeted these schools in the past 24 hours. 1 school was targeted, and I won't show you any picture because I don't want you to throw up, but it's really amazing, horrific scenes of children, body parts and intestines out their bodies and stuff like that. This is what's happening on a daily basis. Okay, so what's unique? I mean, we've seen horrors before in the world. Well, what's unique is, number one, it's happening live. You can watch it, for example, go to Al Jazeera English, you can watch live, literally, people recording their own deaths even. As I said, even journalists who were targeted were recording their own deaths. You can see it live. You can see people actually recording their last wills before the house topples on top of them. So this is very unique in genocides in world history, that it's happening live and nobody can deny it because the broadcasts are there, the videos are there, the records are there. The second thing that's kind of unique about this is that the perpetrators were not shy about doing this, and were not shy about calling what they wanted to do what it is. I can send you quote after quote from Israeli leaders who, with intention and deliberation, said that these are human animals, that our war is with the civilians, that we need to inflict as much damage, we need to drop as many bombs as we can without regards to what happens in there, because these are our enemies, and on and on. That's also a second unique feature about this. A third unique feature about this, and this is what's also bizarre and remarkable about it, is, as Dr. Mahathir has explained, it's happening with the direct participation of Western government, previous imperial government, colonialist government like the United States, Britain, Germany, France, Belgium. They are directly not only supporting verbally, they are supporting it physically. Their Delta forces actually in American Delta forces are fighting with the Israelis and advising the Israelis on bombings and all of this stuff. This is what a third unique feature about it. A fourth unique feature is that genocides previously in history have been relatively short times. For example, the genocide in Second World War lasted for the Second World War 6-7 years, you can say 8 years. We have had genocide going on for 75 years. I got interviewed over 60 times just in the past 3 weeks. Of course, people who interview me from the East, like Iran or other countries, are very friendly and they ask us to speak. Countries from the West, they start by wanting us to talk about October 7th or Hamas. Sorry, I tell them, look, I won't be drawn into this nonsense. October 7th was one day. We have had 75 years. 75 years is 365 days a year. That's 27,325 days in which we suffered like that. The Israelis suffered one day like we suffered. So they got a taste of being Palestinians for that one day, for that October 7th. We have had it on a daily basis. In fact, the reason there was an October 7th is obvious, because there was indeed a genocide and a killing of civilians happening here, infringement on our mosques, on our churches, on our communities, ethnic cleansing, literally ethnic cleansing was happening on a daily basis, destruction of homes, destruction of schools, of trees, and everything that's sustainable life for us. We have been squeezed as Palestinians remaining in this country on less than 8% of historic Palestine. And those 8% are not a contiguous 8%. 1.5% of them is Gaza. The others are cantons, concentration camps also in the West Bank. And in the West Bank, the situation is also horrific. And now people are torturing people. Literally, I can send you videos of torture of Palestinians, even workers, that are beaten, stripped, killed, point blank, without any remorse. I won't take any more time because I also don't want to get very emotional about it. But this goes back in history. I mean, I want to say, compliment to what Dr. Mahathir said. 1916, Sykes-Picot Agreement. 1917, Balfour and Jules-Cambon declarations, simultaneous, one French, one British, with the same language in support of Zionism, which was immediately followed by support of the US Congress for the Balfour and Jules-Cambon declarations. And since then, those three governments, for over 106 years now, have been complicit with this genocide and this ethnic cleansing. And it has to stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Quimsia. I am aware that we will, go over allotted minutes for the Palestinians. We want them to speak fully, the picture and the experience, the sentiments and the atrocities. So the next speaker is Dr. Abdel Fattah Abu Suar. Abu Suar, forgive me if I mispronounced your name, from West Bank. He's also a friend and colleague of Professor Quimsia, who just spoke.
Yes, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you all. I would like to thank you, Zarni, and thank all our brothers, sisters, individuals, organizations, politicians, journalists, artists, beautiful human beings who show us how justice and right need to be protected for everybody and not just for Palestine. And also to say that with all the pain, sympathy, empathy to Jews and their suffering, we were not the cause of their suffering. So we are not here to pay the price for the crimes of the Nazis or Europe or whoever. This is a burden that we cannot carry on our shoulders and say we are happy to pay that price. Palestine was, is, and will continue to be a land of multiplicity and diversity, and proud of this. A land of inclusion and not exclusion, because every exclusive mentality is racist by nature, and it cannot be accepted and tolerated for humanity and for human beings. And I am not going to talk about numbers, because we are not just numbers. We are human beings. We reclaim and defend our humanity, our beauty, our diversity, our spirit of inclusion and exclusion and inclusion. And we defend what is just and what is right. And we feel the pain of those. So that's why we do identify with indigenous Americans and aborigines in Australia and our Muslim brothers in India and in China and in Myanmar and our brothers, the Rohingya and the Irish and all those who are oppressed. We identify with South African and everybody that is excluded because of their color and religion, or because the colonial systems have dehumanized them and thought that they have a legitimate right to occupy and oppress people because they have the power to do that. We try to work with our children. I was born in Aida refugee camp, where I am considered as a refugee in my own country. We try to work with our children and young people to express themselves in the most beautiful, creative, and hopefully non-armed ways, and hopefully think living rather than dying. But you can see when you ask children in Palestine these days, or in the last many years, what do you want to be when you grow up? A lot would say, we don't grow up in Palestine. We are killed and murdered before we age. And a lot of journalists come and ask us, do you condemn Hamas? As if the tragedy, as has been indicated, started on the 7th of October. So I'll just read you a poem that I wrote in that regard. And so let's deal with that question. I do condemn myself. I condemn my whole existence. I condemn my own birth in a refugee camp in my own country. How dare I to be a refugee, burdening you of questioning your own humanity? I condemn my own birth for being a Palestinian, while according to many, Palestine does not exist. I condemn my parents who were uprooted from their own village and their village has been destroyed and brought me to life in a refugee camp. I condemn my own life. I had hopes and dreams to be a great biologist and researcher who will save lives, an amazing painter and a marvelous photographer, a fantastic actor and talented writer who will inspire the whole world. I didn't really search to be famous in anything I have done. I condemn myself for believing that human rights include us. How dare I think that we are even part of these values? I condemn myself for believing that international law and UN resolutions and the people who are under occupation have the legitimate right to resist by all means. How dare I consider that we are under occupation, even under an entity that is representative as the only democracy in the Middle East? I ask for your forgiveness. I believe that standing with the oppressed was the natural thing to do. I believe that being on the side of the oppressed was just. What can I say? I am so ignorant. What an error. I really should never identify with other oppressed people. There is only one oppressed entity in the world, and no other deserves to be labeled as oppressed. I should praise Israel oppressing the so-called Palestinians and teach them who they are and what is their worth in the eyes of the international community, that their lives worth zero. So, world, I am really sorry. I didn't realize I was misled and misinformed. Should I apologize? I do apologize to you all. My parents told me that you should support the oppressed and prevent the oppressors from continuing their oppression. I apologize. I was told that I should support the evil black South Africans against the kind white apartheid system that was designed to humanize them. I apologize. I was told to support the Spanish, Italians, Irish, and so on against the dictatorships and fascists, Germans and Europeans against the Nazis, Arabs against British and the French colonizations, Palestinians against British and Zionist occupation. I even was told to support Ukrainians against Russia. My parents even talked about the poor, miserable Jews who were coming in Palestine in the 1900s, and they would pity them and help them with food and other things in early times. I apologize. I was told to support the resistance of the oppressed against the oppressor. I didn't know about the international law and the human rights. I did not know that all of this was wrong and that it is just a lie that suits some and not others. So I condemn myself for being who I am. I apologize for not accepting the exile of my brother, the imprisonment of my brothers, cousins, nephews, neighbors, and so many others. I couldn't understand your human rights and international law. I thought I was part of you and not a human animal. I apologize for my ignorance. I saw how you supported those resistances like Ukraine and cheering for those freedom fighters, and how heroic these children that were trained to resist the Russians and thought that was normal. I am really stupid and apologize for my stupidity. I guess I should also condemn Ukrainian resistance. So, what to say, world? I deeply apologize to you all. I condemn myself for being who I am. I apologize for not having blonde hair and blue eyes, even though some of my cousins do have blonde hair and green or blue eyes. I apologize for not being able to forget that I am still a refugee in my own country. I condemn my stubborn assertion of my right to return to my parents' destroyed villages. How dare I do that? How dare all these stubborn Palestinians, refugees, claim this right of return? I condemn my parents who raised me, saying, if you are consumed by hatred, you lose your humanity. How dare they not to teach me how to hate? I apologize that I still couldn't figure out how to coexist with occupation, oppression, dehumanization, and be happy about it. Do you have special training? I am happy to join. Or should I just say, no, thank you, I pass? We will not forget, we will remember. We will not forget the silence, the hypocrisy, the dictations and blackmailing. We will not forget those who raised their voices and stood with what is just and what is right. We will not forget anything. You continue to push for despair, and we will continue to flourish with hope. You will continue to promote death. We will continue to promote life. You will continue to do your worst. We will continue to do our best. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Extremely powerful and moving. The next to join our concert and rally is Sister Lisa Lux. But she is a British Syrian, a very accomplished artist, and she will be speaking from Beirut, Lebanon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Abdel Fatih. That was, it's really hard to follow you actually. This shook me quite a lot. Thank you so much. It's very hard to follow. Okay, so I will, because this is what we do. We continue information with one another. And I wanted to actually start off looking back at a poet who I turn to time and time again when I begin to feel defeat, when I begin to feel like it's hard to keep moving forward with all of the grief. And I turn back to her and her work, and it's the iconic poet Fadwa Tuqan, who has been a long-standing part of the literary canon of Palestine. And there's a poem that she has that I've been writing down on paper actually when I need to evoke her spirit once again. And that's what I want to share with you guys as a tool for our continuing. This poem is called The Deluge and the Tree. When the hurricane swirled and spread its deluge of dark evil onto the good green land, they gloated. The western skies reverberated with joyous accounts. The tree has fallen, the great trunk is smashed, the hurricane leaves no life in the tree. But I ask you, had the tree really fallen? Never. Not with our red streams flowing forever, not while the wine of our thorn limbs fed the thirsty roots, Arab roots, alive, tunneling deep, deep into the land. And when the tree rises up, the branches shall flourish green and fresh in the sun. The laughter of the tree shall leaf beneath the sun, and birds shall return. Undoubtedly, the birds shall return. Oh yes, the birds, they shall return. Now, I do find it quite hard. I'm a poet, I'm a writer, but I'm also an activist, a political activist. And I work a lot in direct action movements. I work a lot in educating other young activists to activate themselves and to make interventions. I particularly work with the British direct action group, Palestine Action, to halt the manufacturing and exporting of arms to the Zionist militia, and to halt British complicity with that, by actually targeting the factories and hitting them where it hurts. And the reason why I always turn back in times like this to direct action and to physically feeling the movement move through my body is because I can't write in times like this. In fact, I struggle to read in times like this, and poetry is my means of survival most of the time. But there are times when it becomes wordless, when it feels crass, and I come back to asking myself, what is the role of poetry in times of crisis and uprising? How can it act like sustenance? How can it act like fuel? How can it act like insulation? And I've been thinking about this for years. I started considering this after we experienced the blast in Beirut most potently, and started writing about it. And I have no answers, my friends, what poetry should be written in these times. And maybe it's not mine to answer. But there is a poem that is a sonnet from John Murillo's Crown of Sonnets. And he's a poet who's working from the Black Liberation movement in the US. And we see so much solidarity between the Arab people and the Black liberation movement. And so I wanted to bring his voice into it as well. And the poem starts with an epigraph, which is, and I hope I can, so can I use a curse word, Zani? Or shall I avoid?
Nesalwin, can you advise the sister?
Sorry, what?
Actually, don't worry, I'll skip it. There's a curse word, but I can.
Oh yeah, curse word. Yeah, go ahead.
A curse word. Okay,
no.
okay, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
I
of course
didn't
not.
want to. Okay, I didn't want to
I
cause
thought it was
any
a technical
upset.
question.
I wasn't sure like who's necessarily watching. It's a lightweight one anyway. So it starts with the epigraph: poems are bullshit unless they are teeth. It ain't enough to rabble rouse, to run off at the mouth, to speechify and sing, just ain't enough to preach it. Poet, kin to kin, pulpit to choir, as if song were anything like panther work. It ain't. This morning, when the poets took the park to poet at each other, rage and rant, the goon squad watched and smiled, watched us shake our fists and fret, no doubt amused, as when a mastiff meets a yapping lapdog, or the way a king might watch a circus clown produce a pistol from a passing car. Our wrath, the flag that reads kaboom, our art, a Malcolm poster rolled up, raised to SWAT. Now, I must say, I prepared to read that poem to you guys before I heard Abdul Fatih's intervention there. So I might take that back somehow, because that poem was so powerful, actually. But it is something I come back to. What is my role as a poet in these times? And when do we activate differently? However, if I may just end on one poem of my own, it's a short one that looks at that continuing of looking back to Fadwa Tupan, looking back to our ancestors and finding our strength and our steadfastness to keep moving forward together in formation. Every day I have come to ask myself, am I acting in a way that is worthy of my ancestors? And am I a worthy ancestor? So that should I cease in the crossfire of living, I shall know that I was born, brewed and potent. I shall know that I did nothing but hot iron purpose, oh, like sunlight. That is, if the baton passes hands with few fouls and with good grace, may I be your ancestor, young fire. Spark dreaming of the flame, may I be your ancestor as the wood was mine, as the tree hung dry, dying, so that the smoke may one day speak symbols into a clear night. And so I leave it on that, on how we continue to be ancestors now for the next generations and how we act accordingly. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Sister Lisa Lux spoke from Beirut, Lebanon. And the next person that will join us is Rob Lemkin. Lemkin's mother was the secretary for the West London Synagogue, and she was in charge of Kinder Transport, the British-sponsored program bringing Jewish children from Nazi-occupied Europe. And she was in charge of the Czechoslovakia section. And Rob said in one of the subtitles of this clip that he sent yesterday, his mother was a lifelong opponent of political Zionism. So this gathering has a multi-faith, multi-nation background, and we are not here as just one identity group. We are a human community standing together. Rob Lemkin. we've got another Rohingya brother who sent his address from Bhasanchar refugee island off the coast of Bangladesh in the Bay of Bengal.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Mizanur Rahman. I am a Rohingya refugee. I am speaking to you from Bhasanchar, a Rohingya refugee camp in Bangladesh. In 2017, the Myanmar government and the Myanmar military oppress and torture our Rohingya nation, and they torture our mothers and sisters and kill our little children in front of our eyes. They also burn our homes. For decades, we have witnessed these painful events. The world saw we were victims of genocide. The world did very little. These days, the oppressed Palestinians are being attacked by the Israeli government and the Israeli military. Thousands of Palestinians have died. Hundreds of children have died in a single day. This is what the world saw in Myanmar too. The world must not stand by and do nothing. We protest against Israel and we call upon the world to stand with Palestine. We want this bloodshed to end. Stand with Palestine for the sake of humanity.
The next speaker, or a group of speakers, are from Australia, Sydney, Melbourne, and Central Coast. We thank them for staying up really, really late. It's 11 minutes past midnight. And the first speaker is Professor Gil Barringer, the criminologist, a former Dean of Law School at Macquarie University in Sydney, and also a lifelong activist, originally American and former naval officer in the 1950s Korean War. Gil? Oh, you are muted, sir.
Thanks, Arnie. I was a naval officer only in peacetime, actually to avoid the war in Korea. I speak from Woy Woy on the central coast of New South Wales, on the land of the Darkinjung people. It was never ceded to the invading British colonialists, nor since. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and future, and express my admiration for their nearly 250-year existential struggle in resistance to invasion, repression, and exploitation. Today, we are witnessing another Nakba, a catastrophe that will go down in history along with the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the fire bombings of Tokyo and cities in Europe such as Dresden, the bombing and other atrocities in Vietnam, and many, many more since. The killing of millions of innocent civilians. I mention these to call out the USA in particular, but also Western allies of Israel for their hypocrisy. They and their allies denounce a Palestinian Liberation Force for October 7, yet their hands are bloody from a series of unspeakable acts. By the way, Google the article, "What Really Happened on 7 October. It gives us a very good idea how much the Israelis have distorted those events. I remember what the great muckraker I.F. Izzy Stone said long ago. All governments lie. In Palestine, Israel was born in blood. The right-wing extremist organizations, Irgun and the Stern Gang, and even the moderate Haganah, shot and bombed their way towards freedom. It is just one of the many ironies that Israel now condemns the Palestinians for terrorism, having massacred hundreds of innocent Palestinian villagers as they continue to do on the West Bank. Others with more specialist knowledge and experience than me have much to say today about the situation we now face with Israel, their determination to take revenge for October 7. But I want to look to the future. What specifically can we do to aid the Palestinians? What action will give solidity to our solidarity? Let me make a suggestion. I believe we should take advantage of today's event, using it to establish an international commission for a free and independent Palestine that will plan actions in support of the Palestinians, seek to affix the genocide label on Israel, and to combat the Western pro-Israel narrative that only Israel has the right to defend itself. Only Israel has the right to self-determination, and that Israel is justified in taking revenge by killing anyone in Palestinian territory. Yes, move to the south, but we'll bomb you there too. Certainly, as the world is recognizing, no place in Gaza is safe. I would hope that Dr. Zarni would take on the task of organizing the commission. I envision a network of volunteers willing to put the time and energy into creatively maintaining the worldwide momentum arising from the Gaza genocide. When I say actions, that would include encouraging, supporting, and promoting events such as today, and other initiatives from direct action to artistic performance, including people's tribunals, conferences, research, broadcasting, and the written word in its many forms. Some examples of the kinds of campaigns have emerged recently. The Jordanians boycotting U.S. products. Bolivia has severed relations with Israel. There should be certainly a campaign for sanctions against Israel and the U.S. and the war criminals that are driving this in those countries and others. We shall overcome someday. Yours in struggle. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Beringer. I'm happy to volunteer as a foot soldier. There are so many very capable people around the world that can lead such effort, but I will sign up as a volunteer foot soldier. The next speaker is Sister Chloe De Silva. She will be speaking for Socialist Alliance of Australia. Chloe?
Thank you, Zani. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you to groups like 4C, like the Free Rohingya Coalition, for putting this solidarity event together and for the opportunity to speak and hear from people around the world standing with Palestine. I just want to say to Palestinians everywhere in Gaza, West Bank, Jerusalem, in Israel, in refugee camps, to all oppressed people, you are not forgotten. I am speaking from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander land that was stolen. Just like Israel, Australia was founded on a lie, that the land was an empty land without people, terra nullius. Like Israel, Australia was also founded on genocide and formed as a settler state, and to this day lives off the dispossession and denial of sovereignty of its first people. This shared struggle is why the first people of Australia have always been some of the strongest supporters of the Palestinian people's liberation struggle against the apartheid Zionist state of Israel. I want to show my solidarity with the people of Palestine and condemn Israel as they carry out war crimes in Gaza. Israel always has been a settler colonial state. I and all comrades in Socialist Alliance call for an immediate ceasefire, a lifting of the siege, and an end to the occupation. And we recognize the ongoing resistance of Palestinians to the Israeli occupation. We recognize the rights of the Palestinians to defend themselves against ethnic cleansing, against land grabbing, evictions, assaults, and massacres. I want to bring attention to the suffering of the thousands of Palestinian women. Gender-based violence and misogyny exists everywhere, but it is especially grim for Palestinian women and their children who have been dealing with the strangulation of their home by the Israeli occupation. The support of Israel shown by the Australian government is shameful. They have shown uncritical support of the Israeli narrative. Israel has no right to genocide or Palestinian land. We all have a duty here in Australia to fight against this injustice and speak out for the rights of Palestinians, not just because we are humans or because Australia is one of the most loyal imperial allies of Israel, but also because Australia played a critical role in actively pushing for the formation of Israel. And we shouldn't forget that. Australia is complicit in Israel's crimes against humanity in Palestine right now. And it might seem like justice for Palestine is not within our reach, but we will not lose hope. Palestine will be free. We need to remember that empires fall and victory is possible. The ruling party here, the Australian Labor Party, is coming under pressure from the protest movement. Global solidarity and events like this are so important. We've seen the mass protests for Palestine all over the world, calling for an immediate end to Israel's genocidal attack on Gaza. We don't see protests on the same scale in support for Israel, because support for Israel is the domain of those in power, those who support the destruction of Palestine. The so-called free democracies in the West are feeling threatened by these mass protests, and that is why they are attempting to repress our right to protest. But we will keep marching in the streets. We will keep up the pressure. It was a mass global solidarity movement that helped to stop the apartheid in South Africa. We can do the same for Palestine. The solidarity with Palestinians, solidarity to everyone out there who is part of the movement, fighting for a free Palestine, for a better world. Long live Palestine. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Chloe. The next speaker is Daniel Taylor, speaking from Newcastle, Australia. He was the man who took Aung San Suu Kyi using the crimes against humanity law in Australia as a settler colony. Naturally, Australia does not consider genocide as a crime under national law. Daniel. You are muted. Can you unmute your microphone?
Yeah, thank you, Zani, and thank you to all the speakers, especially from Palestine, and supporters, and my solidarity for the people of Palestine, and Gaza, and the West Bank. I speak today from the unceded land of the Wanarua Aboriginal Indigenous people here, whose land was forcibly stolen from them, and sovereignty was never ceded by them. The genocides of the Aboriginal people, of course, were severe in scope and lasted hundreds of years, and I
think Daniel's line is quite poor. I'll just wait for a few seconds, and then I will bring him back in later, because we've got Professor David Palumbo Liu and others waiting, because they're in a conference in Montreal, and they take the time to come and speak at this event. And so the next speaker will be Professor David Palumbo Liu, a leading decolonization scholar, a professor of comparative literature, English, and I think Asian studies, as well as Stanford University. He's also co-host of Speaking Out of Place with a friend of mine in Aziza in Canada. David.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be with you. As Zarni mentioned, we are speaking from Montreal, where there are two large academic conferences going on, the American Studies Association and the Middle East Studies Association. And a significant number of people on both panels, on both conferences, are staging a walkout. So academic business will not go on as usual. It is proper to pause in our everyday lives as educators to understand the larger educational mission that is morally and ethically ours to take on. So I'm going to read a short statement. I want to begin by stating unequivocally and absolutely my solidarity with the people of Palestine and my utmost admiration for their courage in the face of a catastrophe that started in 1948. They are heroes to all dispossessed peoples who will never cease to fight for their rights, their lives, for a better future for their children and their children's children, and for their land. Their voices reverberate with the spirit of those no longer with us. I speak with a special sense of shame as a citizen of the United States, a country which has lent the violent settler colonial project of Zionism its support diplomatically and financially in obscene and immoral manners. A country which is itself so tainted with bloody imperialist projects has no business pontificating nonviolence to the oppressed. I applaud all those in the US who are on the streets today speaking for Palestinians and defying the preferences and practices of their governments, as millions elsewhere are also doing. It is the task of all people to amplify those voices in political speech, in conversation, in song, in poetry, in action, in public and private spaces, over and over and over again until Palestine is free. As an educator, I applaud each and every one of my colleagues who has refused to abrogate their ethical responsibility to teach and to convey the truth, and I applaud all those young people who refuse to docilely swallow the lies of mendacious teachers and who are on the streets today or occupying spaces on their campuses. Your courage gives me strength. I stand with all those who fight for freedom and liberation and against deceit and ethno-supremacist violence. What we see globally is the massive expansion of a movement for Palestinian rights. I beseech you not to let this momentum flag or diminish. I'm heartened at all those who march in defiance of cowardly prohibitions, who stand up to power, who marshal the actual power of a people constituted not by nation states, but by moral commitments that transcend all borders and boundaries and respect and pledge to support all forms of life and liberty. Free, free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. If I may ask for forgiveness from Professor Nefertiti Tadia, David's colleague at Barnard College, because I want to bring back Daniel Taylor in because it's 1:30 in the morning in Newcastle in Australia. Daniel, your line was not very good earlier. Can you try again? You are muted again.
Yeah, if it doesn't work, just cut me off and move on to the next, and I'll send you something. Yeah,
thank you.
I stand on the lands of the Wanneroo people whose land was stolen from them and who were subject of genocide by the British colonial project. which continues today in its iterations in Australia, the United States, Israel, and through the modern industrial capitalist system. What we see here is a window to the past, the present, and the future. And the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine, are victims of a world which is destroying them not for their politics, but for their personhood, for who they are and who they are not. We cannot tolerate to have ethno-nationalist defined states. There is no place in the world for it, because there is no place for Palestinians within a Jewish state. There cannot be a Jewish state, a racially defined state in the modern world. The so-called right of self-defense to defend a racial state is a hypocrisy in terms. I wanted to talk just for a moment about the 7th of October, because it is important. It is, of course, I condemn the act, but the act of killing civilians, but the actors themselves, one has to understand they're human beings. The wife and children of Mohammed Daif, who planned the attacks, were executed by Israel in a botched assassination attempt in 2014. Are they not is not their blood equally condemnable? The killing of them, is that not equally part of what occurred on October 7th? Is that not? And for the 1,500 militants who died, who went into Israel and participated in fighting against soldiers, but also civilians, there was an eye for an eye. They also had their eye for an eye, and Israel also killed them. How much is enough? 100 children for each Israeli child? Then we come to, that is not enough. That is just the beginning for them, because it is the past, the present, and the future. We have the situation for the past, the present, and the future for the rest of the world, the gateway of the global south, the situation for the refugees in Somalia, in Sudan. All this is the hidden behind what we see today in Gaza, the destruction of the police, the city, the destruction of life, and the infliction of genocide, the destruction of the people as a people. So it's all about that Israel does not accept that they can be Palestinian. It wants them to just diffuse into the rest of the world and go. And we cannot accept that. Cannot accept that by any means. One more point, that what Israel and the Australian government, the former Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, and the Executive Council of Australian Jewry continue to, which just received $25 million from the Australian government, continue to publish on their websites that 40 Palestinian children were beheaded by Hamas. And that is the difference between 4,000 Palestinian children killed in the last 3 weeks by Israel and their claim of 40 beheaded on the 7th of October. 100 to 1. What is the difference? The claim that they were beheaded. But we know that there's no evidence of this, because there was a brutal assault. So we're left with the rote numbers, and the quantity has a quality all of its own. The quantity becomes genocide, and genocide is the key to this, because if genocide is no longer considered a crime, then there is no humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Professor Nafarti Tadia from Barnard, Professor and Chair of Women's Gender Study and Sexuality Studies. and director of Columbia University Center for the Study of Race and Ethnicity at Barnard College. And she'll be speaking from Montreal, where she's attending conference. You are muted, Nafarti.
Thank you, Zarni. Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor and to be here with all of you. I speak to you from Tiohtià:ke, the unceded indigenous lands of the Kanyen Kehaka, and speak as a Filipina in long life opposition to U.S. imperialism in the Philippines and in the world at large. To the Palestinian people, the decolonizing world sees you and feels and shares your pain while being inspired by your courage and fortitude, and we are here to fight with you to see to the liberation of Palestine. Some of us write for the future. We wish to make a record, a visionary wager, a promise for a generation we may not live to see, but hope nevertheless to continue to be a part of, perhaps even to have some hand in shaping. We write toward and for viable different futures, and yet here we are writing to prevent a harrowing present from continuing. I wrote those words in 2006 to decry the systematic killing of activists in the Philippines by its own state, following the US-led global war on terror launched against Afghanistan and Iraq, and to decry the indifference of the international community to the massive losses of life inflicted there, as well as in Lebanon with the invasion of Israel in the same year. I speak now these same words to contribute my words to the global decolonization movement that has been quickened and galvanized by Palestinian resistance to this genocidal US-Israel war on Gaza. Today, we cannot imagine just life-sustaining and open futures for all without fighting to prevent this harrowing present of a US-Israel genocidal war against the Palestinian people from continuing. This is a war waged in defense of a dominant global order of geopolitical power, which is the consequence and afterlife of more than 500 years of European colonialism, global capitalism, and imperial sovereignty, the revanchist defense of which constitutes what I have called the war to be human. More than 20 years ago, when the US began the shock and awe carpet bombing of Afghanistan in retaliation for the attacks of 9/11, it became brutally apparent that the global war on terror was the moral, ideological vindication and practical measure for securing the exclusive rights of freedom and privileges of the already human who are at the helm of this war. As I see it, the genocidal violence unleashed on Palestinians in Gaza by the US-backed and US-financed state of Israel is an intensified paradigmatic instance of this war to be human, a war of dispossession that indigenous scholars have vigorously argued is an ongoing colonial structure of violent accumulation intrinsic to global capitalism. This civilizing mission metes out collective and individual punishment of colonized peoples and their descendants in the moral calculus of the just wars of Spanish conquest and Anglo-American settler colonialism, a moral calculus which has undergirded all international militarist interventions of liberal democratic Western states in the 20th century since World War II, including humanitarian interventions. In the 21st century, the war to be human is waged by new and old agents to secure what I have called life worth living of the already human, that status of colonial supremacy, protected belonging, and freedom, defined as exemption from enslavement, servitude, and punishment, which defines the very life form of value animating contemporary global capitalism, including war as a financialized capitalist enterprise in its own right. The US-Israel war is undoubtedly the epitome of this war to be human, a settler colonial war of dispossession of Palestinians, their life and land, as the very condition of its own so-called right to valued existence. But this imperial war is also a broader phenomenon which upholds the dominant global capitalist mode of life that so many of the colonized have been resisting, and that today everywhere people are fighting to decolonize. As the presumed civilized world of the already and would-be human believe it their moral and just duty to raise down Palestine, to secure this monstrous global order that guarantees their own present gains and future profits, we must therefore build the scope, fervor, and momentum of this growing global decolonization movement, fighting in solidarity with the Palestinian struggle for liberation, in order to make another life possible, a life we might all share, the life that the poet Rafif Ziada says Palestinians wake up every morning to teach the rest of the world, a life making in zones of war practiced by all colonized peoples, whose very becoming is, as the poet Joy Barrios writes, a struggle to live and be free. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neferti. And the next speaker in the form of pre-recorded address is by Professor Penny Green, a professor of law and globalization at Queen Mary University in London, and she's also a noted scholar of genocides.
Hello, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak at the Gaza Solidarity event. My name is Professor Penny Green. I'm a professor of law and globalization at Queen Mary, University of London. I'm also the director of the International State Crime Initiative. It's now day 21 of Israel's relentless genocidal siege and bombardment of Gaza. At least 7,000 Palestinians have been killed, almost half of them children. Thousands more lie buried under the rubble of bombed residential buildings, hospitals, and schools. Hospitals and journalists continue to be targeted, and in just 3 weeks, 24 Gazan journalists and numerous medics have been killed. At least 8 of Gaza's hospitals, of its 24 hospitals, are no longer functioning. This is a genocide against the Palestinian people. As a scholar of genocide, I do not use the term lightly. The genocidal intention of the Israeli state is clear. The leadership of the IDF has declared that the emphasis is on damage, not accuracy, while Netanyahu threatened to flatten Gaza, reducing it to an island of ruins. And Knesset member Ariel Kalner has declared there's only one goal, Nakba, a Nakba that would dwarf the Nakba of 1948. Israel's announcement of a state of total siege of Gaza, cutting off water, food, electricity, and medical supplies, amounted to a statement of intent to commit genocide against the Palestinian people by, and here I quote the Genocide Convention of 1948, by deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. When Defense Minister Yoav Gallant described Palestinians as human animals, and Israel's President Isaac Herzog declared that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza, Israel's intentions again were clear. In Nazi Germany, Rwanda, Cambodia, and Burma, the non-human epithet underpinned and made easier the mass extermination of the other. Genocide is a process. It's not simply an act of spectacularized violence, and it's a process which begins with dehumanization and ends with erasure. In between, and often concurrent, are occasions of litmus testing violence, structural discrimination, forced isolation, ghettoization, and systematic weakening. The genocide of the Palestinians did not begin on October the 7th. For Palestinians, the genocide began in 1917 with the Balfour Declaration, when Britain effectively gifted their country to European Zionists who were looking for a Jewish homeland. And it really took form in the 1948 war, which led to the creation of the State of Israel. During this catastrophe, the Nakba, thousands of Palestinians were killed and 750,000 were driven from their homeland, forever denied a right of return by the Israeli state. Decades of dispossession, illegal settlements, land grabbing, structural violence, forced eviction, and apartheid discrimination have followed. What we are witnessing now is the denouement of Israel's genocide of the indigenous Palestinians. What we are witnessing now is a second Nakba, a catastrophe which threatens the very existence of the Palestinian people. With the complicity of Western governments, Gaza's 2.2 million inhabitants are trapped in an apocalypse. For 16 years, Israel has imposed an illegal blockade on Gaza, turning it into what the UN has called an unlivable zone. A total siege will ensure certain death for thousands who haven't yet been murdered by Israel's terrifying and indiscriminate bombardments. When 1.1 million Gazans were given 24 hours by Israeli military forces to evacuate to the south, Israeli aircraft bombed their convoys. Tonight, we learn that Israel has cut all telecommunications inside Gaza and that a ground offensive may be underway. I haven't seen or heard anything from Gazan journalists since early this afternoon. Now, no one but the Gazans themselves will witness the atrocities being committed against them, and the carnage is likely to be even more devastating than anything we've yet seen. The West has rushed to Israel's defense. The UK and the US have sent warships and aircraft carriers to support Israel's campaign of genocide. Germany and France have outlawed demonstrations of solidarity with the Palestinian people. But nonetheless, around the world, ordinary people are marching in their millions to demonstrate outrage at Israel's genocide and to extend solidarity to all Palestinians. I feel despair and outrage, but we aren't helpless. Palestinians need our support to bring about an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and an end to Israel's occupation of Palestine. In order to show that solidarity, we must march in vast numbers, force our leaders to act to end Israel's atrocities, and commit to the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement. In these ways, we can expose Israel's genocide and the complicity of our own governments. And as Omar Barghouti, the founder of the non-violent BDS movement, has written, the most profound ethical obligation in these times is to act to end complicity. I stand with the Palestinians.
Penny was nominated and almost appointed as the UN Special Envoy on Palestine, and she was subjected to extremely vicious campaign to shoot her down because she speaks truth to power. The next speaker we have is Dr. Helen Jarvis. She's Cambodian and Australian. She was head of the public affairs at the Khmer Rouge Tribunal, and she's also a citizen of Cambodia and a well-known genocide scholar, and the vice president of Permanent People's Tribunal based in Rome. Helen, and she has one short clip to show, and then she will speak and read a poem.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here tonight among people who speak so clearly and with such passion on this moment, this defining moment of our times. Let me start with a video, a small video, I think it's on the screen now, of a little offering that was placed on the Mekong River 10 days ago. It has a little leaflet on it saying, "Peace for all the peoples of the world." And a small ceremony was held in Cambodian tradition of singing the smote at funerals and at commemorations and memorials. This was just a small demonstration, a small statement of solidarity from Cambodia, which has, of course, itself been through genocide and knows only too well the horror of being reduced to year zero. So I come from a land down under, and some of my compatriots have spoken tonight about the settler colonial nation that I come from, in Australia. So I won't dwell on that, except to say I stand with them in solidarity with the indigenous people of Australia and always will be Aboriginal land. But I'm now, for the last 30 years, living in Cambodia and working for memorialization, truth, memory, and justice for the Cambodian genocide. And it was in that capacity that we held this small gesture of solidarity with the Cambodian people. And we were floating on the Mekong offerings. I think there's one more photograph, perhaps if they could project it, I'm not sure if it'll come, of the offerings that we made, that one by one were taken down the banks of the Mekong and floated in solidarity. Just a small voice from Cambodia. But I think, as Penny Green has said, again, complicity is what at least we can do. We can speak our minds, and we can rise up as a people against the governments that are absolutely complicit, and more than complicit, are actually part of this genocide. And so I wanted to just finish with a small verse from a song, which is as we stand at times like these, that bring us to our knees, let there be peace. And I think we all have to struggle for that, and for the liberation of Palestine, and to stand against the horrors that are being perpetrated in the name of many of the countries speaking here tonight. But I think what is really, really inspiring tonight, and thank you, Zani and Sanwin, for working towards this this really important gathering of people from so many different countries, countries whose governments are indeed complicit and part of the responsibility for the genocide, and from countries that are perhaps, hopefully, going to speak against and stand against. And I think that it's only just the beginning now. It's been, unfortunately, after 21 days, too slow, that the reactions of cutting off ties, and of course, the main thing is cutting off arms. Why is the arms still being sent? The horrific photographs we see of aircraft carriers and aeroplanes unloading lethal weapons to assist in the Israeli attempted destruction of the Palestinian people. But they have resisted for 75 years and longer, and we stand in solidarity with them tonight. I join you all.
Thank you very much, Helen. That's Helen Jarvis speaking from Phnom Penh, Cambodia. The next speaker is Mariko Harashi. She's from Fukuoka in Japan, but she will be speaking from London. She's a scholar of Borderlands and an organizer in solidarity with migrant workers in UK as well as across Southeast Asia. She will be reading Japanese poetry. Mariko?
Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Sarni, for introduction as hosting this, and everyone who have contributed to this event. It's very, very inspirational, and to show my solidarity with the Palestinian people and people in Gaza, Rohingya people as well, and all the indigenous people, and everyone who suffer from ongoing and intergenerational impact of atrocity, genocide, and all forms of oppression. I'm going to read a Japanese poem by Sadako Kurihara. She was a poet and writer and peace activist who survived the atomic bombing of August 1945 in Hiroshima. And I will read it first in Japanese, and then I will read also a translation of it so more people can understand what it is about. うましめんかな。壊れたビルディングの地下室の夜だった。原子爆弾の負傷者たちは、ろうそく一本ない暗い地下室をうずめいていっぱいだった。生臭い血の匂い、刺繍、汗臭い一息れ、うめき声。その中から不思議な声が聞こえてきた。赤ん坊が生まれるというのだ。この地獄の底のような地下室で、今、若い女が産気づいているのだ。マッチ一本ない暗がりで、どうしたらいいのだろう。人々は自分の痛みを忘れて気遣った。と、私がサンバです。私が産ませましょう。と言ったのは、さっきまでうめいていた重傷者だ。かくて、暗がりの地獄の底で、新しい命は生まれた。かくて、暁を待たずサンバは、血まみれのまま死んだ。うましめんかな。うましめんかな。斧が、命すつとも。So this is the poem based on the writer's the experience in shelter after the atomic bomb. So I'm going to also read it in English with a translation by Richard Miner. Let us be midwives. Night in the basement of a concrete structure now in ruins. Victims of the atomic bomb jumped the room. It was dark. Not even a single candle. The smell of fresh blood. The stench of death. The closeness of sweaty people. The mourns. From out of all that, lo and behold, a voice. The baby is coming. In that hellish basement, at that very moment, a young woman had gone into labor. In the dark, without a single match. What to do? People forgot their own pains, worried about her. And then, I'm a midwife. I will help with the birth. The speaker, seriously injured herself, had been mourning only moments before. And so, new life was born in the dark of the pit of hell. And so, the midwife died before dawn, still bathed in blood. Let us be midwives. Let us be midwives. Even if we lay down our own lives to do so. So that's all from me. Thank you everyone for standing in solidarity together. And genocide must stop and stop the killing in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariko-san. And the next speaker is Professor Michimi Muranushi from Gakushuen University in Tokyo. He will be speaking from Hue, Vietnam, where he is.
Thank you very much. Israel has a tragic history of being conceived in persecution, born in terrorism and war, expanded in victories, and maintained by US vetoes. Its experience taught it how to transform existential threat from others into its own aggression upon others. The protege of the United States, started its occupation of unentitled space in 1967 and did not proceed to achieve the goals of the Oslo Agreement. It has built walls and brought new settlers in the areas under its control. While the Jews have produced great many enlightened people, having led the intellectual history of the world, the state of Israel is led by banal leaders, justifying its aggression in the name of defense and parroting the propaganda that Palestinian terrorism is the start of the problem. The Jews, critical of the current state of Israel, should ally with the world and say that they did not support Zionism after the Holocaust in order to see such an Israel boastfully lacking empathy towards the suppressed. No doubt, there was a serious Hamas attack on October 7. Yet, about the military activist of Israel, which is currently going on against Gaza, it is important to raise the following questions. 1. If it is retaliation, when does it become enough? Who decides what is enough? If retaliation exceeds its proper limit, what should happen to Israel? If it is retaliation, it must be against the attacker, Hamas. But Hamas is surrounded by the Palestinians, and Israel does not hesitate from killing the ordinary Palestinians. It is easy for Israel to attack the Palestinians and say that the Palestinian casualties are a collateral damage. But dropping bombs in the hospitals in Gaza proves that Israel is willing to kill and give pain to the Palestinians. Now, the world cannot halt Israel's excessive use of force, and it lets Israel decide what is enough. This situation is a case where the concept of responsibility to protect can be applied. Israel has to be aware that the growing sympathy of the world which the victims in Palestine get from the peoples of the world, including a part of the Jews, is the same sympathy which the world used to dedicate to the nascent, fragile Israel in the past. Besides the question of what retaliation is enough, there is the question of if it is genuine. In this war, Israel tries to move the Palestinians from northern Gaza to southern Gaza in the name of protecting the Palestinians from Israeli aerial bombing. Israel tries to create a buffer zone inside Gaza in the name of protecting the Israelis. These actions probably indicate that Israel's effort for ethnic cleansing in Gaza has already started. It is imaginable that the goal of Israel is to push the people from Gaza to Egypt, in the sense that the process can cause fundamental destruction of the Palestinian community for whom basic supplies are cut. It can also be seen as genocide. 3. Israel's traditional strategy to explain its aggression as defense is weakened also by the fact that it's being learned and replicated by Myanmar. Israel and Myanmar, two manipulative human rights violators, have been close to each other, and the latter has applied Israeli policy of dehumanizing the Palestinians upon the Burmese policy of ostracizing the Rohingyas. Just like in the West Bank, Myanmar planted Buddhist communities into the Muslim communities in Rakhine and restricted the communications among the Rohingyas. The Burmese army conducted a false flag operation and expelled 700,000 Rohingyas in 2017 in the convenient name of an anti-terrorist campaign. And there has been no indication that Israel was displeased with the application of the Israeli way upon Myanmar, a customer of Israeli weapons. So, with the US as a protector, and with the Burmese military as its disciple, Israel develops its craft of transforming defense into aggression for the sake of the purification of the areas under its control. In this sense, and in this sense only, Israel is not alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Michimi. The next speaker is Sister Sunita Viswanath. She is the founder and we've got audio problem here. Okay, Sunita, she's also founder and chair of the Hindus for Human Rights, and extremely active and very accomplished organizer all her life. And she will be reading a prayer from Hindu, a prayer book.
Thank you, Zarni. Thank you so much, everybody, for standing together in solidarity with the people of Gaza. I'm actually in the car driving from New York to Washington, D.C. with my husband, Stefan Shaw, who is a Jewish American and part of Jewish Voice for Peace. And we are going from solidarity to solidarity today because we will be part of the march for Gaza, for the ceasefire in Washington, D.C. today. So as helpless as we feel, it's standing together for sanity and for peace is where there's any modicum of hope. Hindus for Human Rights fights our own extremists, the Hindu supremacists. And my sign today says Hindutva and Zionism, two sides of the same fascist coin. And I will hold all of you in my heart as I march today in Washington. At this time of so much death and conflict all around, I invoke the powerful Shiva prayer that Hindus chant to ward off untimely death. With the deaths of 1,300 Israelis in the attack by Hamas and the deaths of over 9,000 Palestinians in bombings by Israel that have targeted hospitals, refugee camps, UN shelters, schools, cities and villages, neighborhoods and homes, all I can do is scream for justice and pray for peace. And I will hold in my heart also the people of Manipur, India, whose civil unrest, whose civil war, which has been fueled, funded, and supported by the state and central government of India against the violences against the Kuki-Zomi people of Manipur. And also right now, as we are together, 1.7 million Afghan refugees in Pakistan who are about to be expelled from Pakistan back into Afghanistan, and they're not even making it into the press and our consciousness because of the carpet bombing of Gaza that is occupying the pages of the newspapers. Let us pray for people who are under siege, under oppression, and under threat of annihilation right now. Oh. Trayambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushtivardanam urvarukamiva vandana mrityormukshiya mamritam om trayambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushtivardanam urvarukamiva vandana mrityormukshiya mamritam om trayambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushtivardanam urvarukamiva vandana Mrityormukshiya mamritat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om, we worship and adore you, our sweet gladness, the fragrance of life, who nourishes us, restores our health, and causes us to thrive. In due time, the stem of the plant weakens. So, Lord Shiva, free us from attachment and death, and do not withhold immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. Namaste.
Thank you very much for making the effort while you're driving to Washington, D.C. The strength to both of you. And we will be hearing from Sunita's partner and husband, Stefan's Jewish morning song pre-recorded later in the program. Thank you. Have a safe drive. The next speaker is a musical band from the Philippines called Contribu Youth, and they are dedicated to supporting indigenous people's movements and self-determination. We will play.
Long live international solidarity. We are Kabataan para sa Tribong Filipino, or Youth for the National Minority. We are youth advocates joining the struggle of indigenous peoples and Moro peoples here in the Philippines for their right to ancestral lands, territories, and self-determination. Ang laban nyo ay laban din namin. This is a Filipino phrase meaning your fight is our fight too. For over 75 years, we bear witness to the worsening violence inflicted by Zionist Israel and US imperialism against the Palestinians, with over 9,000 now dead in Gaza. In Philippines, we are now facing a narrative war, a phenomenon that we have been struggling with for years, wherein the government blurs the distinction between activists and armed combatants. The Government Republic of the Philippines would punish all of those who dissent by using judicial harassment, extrajudicial killings, a story that Palestinians know all too well. But we are certain, and we could say it ourselves, that there are no terrorists in the Palestinian resistance movement or the Philippine Liberation Movement. And most especially, no terrorists can be found in the armed struggle of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and Hamas, or that of the Communist Party of the Philippines and the New People's Army in their revolution to uproot the cause of poverty and the exploitation caused by imperialism. We stand by this because oppressed people have the right to bear arms against their oppressors. What's crystal clear are the fascist crackdown of Marcos Jr. alongside Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu and US President Biden. And what's more clearer is the people's domination in advancing the voices of the oppressed. Their intensifying attacks is an indication that our unwavering strength is pushing them backwards, and we should not stop or cower, but carry on further. To Palestinians and our fellow anti-imperialist activists, we assure you that we will do our part here in the Philippines to stand up for the right of the Palestinians to live in freedom from colonial and imperialist terror. We shall counter all the attacks made by the Marcos regime, especially his mirrored tactics cornering indigenous peoples out of their ancestral lands and territories. From Palestine to the Philippines, stop the US war machine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Marami pa
kanya, kay Pedro, Maria, kay Juan at Jose. Ikaw ay nababahala sa awitin kong ito. Ikaw ba'y Panginoong may lupa o may-ari ng Pilipinas? Dapat bawiin ang lupang to'y sa atin, sa'yo at sa kanya, kay Pedro, Maria, kay Juan at Jose. Tatanong ko ngayon sa'yo, kung hindi mo ba naiisip na ang lupang ito'y sa atin at hindi sa lalong mayroon. Dapat bawiin ang lupang to'y sa atin, sa'yo at sa kanya, kay Pedro, Maria, kay Juan at Jose.
We thank the activist group from here. And the next speaker is Imam Malik Mujahid. I don't know if we have Malik already. Nisalme?
No, not yet. I think we should give the floor to Brother Hishamuddin.
Okay, all right. And the next speaker is Hishamuddin Rees.
Hello?
Hello? No, not your time, Jojo. Just wait, yeah? We are about 20 minutes behind our schedule. So, manina selo now chani lo kana sao no?
ကိုသားနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဝင်လာပြီကြားလားမသိဘူး
Yeah,ကြားတယ်ဟိုလေမိနစ်20လောက် program ကနောက်ကျနေလို့ခဏစောင့်ပေးပါလို့เนาะ
Okay ခဏလေးကိုကျွန်တော်
Yeah စောင့်ပေးတော့နောက်တော့မိနစ်20လောက် program ကနောက်ကျနေလို့เนาะ Yeah. Okay, Isham
ဟုတ်ဒီတိုင်းတော့ကြားလားမသိဘူးကြားလား
ကြားတယ်ကြောစောင့်ပေးပါလို့မိနစ်20လောက်နောက်ကျနေလို့เนาะ
headphone နဲ့သုံးကောင်းလားဒီတိုင်းသုံးကောင်းလားအမေးကြည့်တာကြားလားလို့
ကြားတယ်ခဏလေးဟိုလုပ်လိုက်စောင့်လိုက်เนาะခဏစောင့်လိုက်နောက်ကျနေလို့ Yeah. Thank you. That's our national treasure from Burma, punk, rebel riots, the lead singer Jojo. Isham, brother Isham is a well-known dissident, educator, comedian, and a writer and columnist. He will be speaking from Kuala Lumpur, and then that will be followed by a Nick Jidan, a Malaysian musician. Isham, floor is yours.
I will speak for a while. I will introduce the song, then he'll play the music, then I'll translate it in the poetry form. So let's the musician play first, okay? Friends and comrades, listen to Nick Jidan, fellow Malaysian. Go ahead, Nick.
Isham, we lost the sound.
Lost the sound. The sound is not there. Ada, you get it? Ada sound that? Zani, is the sound?
The sound is very, very soft, hardly. Isham, can you restart again? We can't hear him.
Okay, boleh dengar, Nick.
Yeah.
Closer,
Yes,
closer.
now it's good. Yeah.
Closer, dekat sikit. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Nick Jidan. Okay? Is it okay?
Yes.
Gantikan perang
hentikan perang sekarang. Banyak nyawa telah mati, banyak rumah telah roboh, banyak yang menderita akibat perang yang melanda, akibat perang yang melanda. Oh, 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 tak bolehkah kita terus bertahan hidup aman sejahtera? Perang mengakibatkan kemusnahan harta benda dan nyawa. Permusuhan antara negara, pertelingkahan antara bangsa, pelarian perang di mana-mana kena keragusan kuasa. Tak bolehkah kita terus bertahan hidup aman sejahtera? Perang mengakibatkan kemusnahan harta benda dan nyawa. Antara negara, pertelingkahan antara bangsa, pelarian perang. Hentikan perang, hentikan perang, hentikan perang, hentikan perang sekarang, hentikan perang sekarang, hentikan perang sekarang, hentikan perang sekarang.
Thank you, Nick Jiran. Thank you, Nick Jiran. Stop the war. Stop the war now. Stop the war. Stop the war now. Dead bodies on the road, buildings collapse, kids crying, mothers missing. Find peace. Seek peace. Living together. War is destruction. War is destruction. War is destruction. Nation against nation. Refugees everywhere. All about power. All about money. Stop genocide. Stop the killing, stop the bombing, stop the war now. That's the song by my friend Nick Jiran. I'm a fellow Malaysian. The Palestinian struggle and the Malayan people struggle is not very far ahead. Let me tell you a history. In 1951, on 6 October 1951, Sir Henry Gurney, the British High Commissioner, was killed by the Liberation Army of Malaya at that time, fighting against the British colonization. This person, Henry Gurney, was trained first in Palestine before he moved from Palestine to then Malaya. That is the history. The linkage between the liberation struggle of the Palestinian people and the liberation struggle of the Malayan people is the same. We have been experienced by colonization of the British. The issue, the agenda, the struggle of the Palestinian people is about colonization. Been colonized 1948, the Nakba, as all known about the catastrophe 1948. At that time, Malaya was under the British emergency law. So we shared the common experience. In Palestine, it was the British mandate. In Malaya, it was a struggle against colonization. But today, I'm appealing to people around the world. The struggle of the Palestinian people is not about Muslims against Judaism. It's not about Arabs against Jews. Let us stop this. I appeal to this. There's a confusion because it is a struggle against colonization. It's against a power. It's against imperialist power. It's a liberation struggle. So this is, but there is a confusion, particularly in a lot of Muslim country. It is a struggle. It's been diverted by the imam, by the qadis, by the hajis, by the mullahs. They turn around and said it is a religious war. This is very, 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 very dangerous because we will recycle again the genocide. It's not Muslims against Jews. It's not Islam against Judaism. It's about colonization. It's about Palestinian Arabs fighting against their homeland. This is very, very important, particularly in a country like Malaysia, multiracial, multi-religious. This is very, very important. The world today, you can see on the street from Chicago, London, Paris, New York, Brisbane, Adelaide, worldwide. There are people coming up, all form of people, all light of people. There are Muslims, there are Hindus, there's Christian, there's Jews, and there's also atheists, non-religious people. They are coming in support. This is a struggle that's not be confused as a religious struggle. I appeal to the imam, to the qadis, to the hajis, to the mullahs, to the ayatollah. Do not change the struggle, the just struggle of the Palestinian people, anti-colonization, into a religious struggle. Thank you very much. Solidarity from Malaysia. Salute Palestine.
Thank you very much, Isham. That's an extremely, extremely pertinent and clear message. When people use the word moral clarity in a rather despicable fashion, as has been done by Antony Blinken and Israeli leaders and others, this is not a civilizational struggle between Islamic and Judeo-Christian civilizations. This is a struggle against, age-old imperialist colonial annexation of land. When they want land, not the people, so they commit genocide, wholesale destruction of people. They want the land and resources underneath and above the ground, not the people. The next speaker is Rees Timon, a Rohingya brother, a Canadian engineer. He will be speaking from Montreal. Rees? Nisano, is he still there?
Yeah, he is here.
Rees?
Brother Rees.
Okay, maybe he popped out. If that's the case...
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay, your turn.
My video is a little bit... Let me just turn this on. Do you see me?
Yes.
Yes. That's good. Okay. Brothers and sisters, thank you for having me here as a Rohingya and as a fellow Muslim to all the Muslim brothers here, as well as everyone in humanity. I'm here to share some things with you on what has happened to my people. You may all very well know, but just reiterate it with what's happening and has happened with the Palestinian brothers and sisters. Just like we were evicted from our homelands, we were evicted from our own homes. We see that happening on a daily basis in Palestine. Just like we are not allowed to move from one village to another. We are not allowed to obtain healthcare. We're not allowed to go to schools. We're not allowed economic activity. The same thing happens in Palestine as we speak, with checkpoints, with an apartheid regime, with people being denied healthcare. Everything is just a mirror. Just like how before they conducted the massacres in 2017, 2016, 1992, 1978, all the other massacres in Palestine just before and in the coming to the massacre, how they create a narrative of people not being people at all, comparing people to cockroaches, calling them animals, dehumanizing and belittling them to not being humans, to not being anything at all. The exact same thing happened to us and continues to happen. So we feel, my brothers and sisters in Palestine, we feel not just theoretically, but practically, experientially, what you have felt, we have felt, and we continue to feel. And that's why in solidarity, as we walk on the streets, as we walk, in educational institutions and in these forums, wherever it is, we walk hand in hand. We always say, Viva, Viva Palestina, whether anybody calls it genocide or not. There's one of my brothers in the refugee camps. I was there just 2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact, just returning from there. He was telling me, you don't need the rest of the world. You don't need somebody in New York, some offices in New York, in Washington, in London, Paris, wherever, to say that this is a genocide. We know, because we live, we see people exterminating us. That is their intent, and we can see it. And so we know it's a genocide. And so nobody has to say, we know it. When you see people chanting that death to all Palestinians, the Israelis chanting that, we will kill them all, we will bomb the hospitals, we will bomb. There are live videos that say this. We know that their intent is annihilation. And so we know that this is genocide. You don't need anybody out there in these big offices in London, Paris, New York to come and say. So we walk just in the next 3 hours. Myself and my colleagues will be out in the streets in Montreal, just like we're doing elsewhere in Canada and the rest of North America and Europe. We walk hand in hand with you. We fight hand in hand with you. And your freedom, just like Nelson Mandela said, we all very well know the freedom, our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. And so the freedom of the Rohingya is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. Viva, viva Palestina. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Thank you very much. The next speaker that comes in the form of pre-recording is by Professor Bridget Anderson at the University of Bristol. She is a leading scholar of migration, nation states and their borders.
We are witnessing horror, hell on earth. Neither word nor image is enough. I am not an expert on the history and politics of the Middle East, and there are many people who know far more than I do about the sufferings and struggles of the Rohingya and others in Myanmar. That does not mean I can be silent in the face of what I do know and what I am witnessing. To say it is complicated is an excuse for saying nothing in the face of body parts, killing, death. Today, we are witnessing the full might of huge state power bombing ordinary people with lives and loves and laughter, bombing them to oblivion, starving them, dehydrating them. Experience is also shared with others in many parts of the world, including Rohingya people. There is no victory possible here, only loss. And this state power is supported by my government and political class, not only in their words and in their posturing, but by my taxes paying for weapons, some of which are made in the country where I live. I am not a bystander. I am not innocent. This compels me to speak out. In the course of my work on migration and my work with people on the move, I have seen for years the death and exclusion that is demanded by borders in the nation-state form. Bodies washing up at the borders of Europe, death by drowning and hunger, walls and technology keeping out and hemming in, long colonial histories and borders inextricably bound up with capitalist globalization harm all of us deeply, physically and psychically. We have had generations of mass killings. And now Palestine, Myanmar, Ukraine, Sudan, and the list could go on. Slow and silent, as well as spectacular violence, abandonment, the nurturing of racism and exclusion. Forgotten or not, uncounted or counted, everyone a person, a universe of possibilities and potential, no one more or less deserving than any other, no death exchangeable, no death worth another death. Our systems are killing people across the world. Our leaders are failing us. We demand justice and peace, meaning an end to colonization and being pitted against each other, being frightened of each other, an end to racism and equality. We must unlearn domination and hatred, solidarity between and with persecuted people, solidarity between and with dominated people. And for the people in Gaza and Cox's Bazar and many other places, today this is urgent, now. Ceasefire and an end to occupation and forced displacement.
That's Bridget Anderson. Her partner also played Bach earlier, Rob Lenkin. The next speaker is Jota Ramos from Bogota, Colombia. He is a musician and he will speak in Spanish. Jota?
Sí, hola, sí, yo soy J. Ramos. La guerra es el peor invento de la humanidad, cuya única finalidad es la muerte. En la vida, al igual que en la guerra, lo único seguro es que te vas a morir. Los que venden las armas cambian sangre por petróleo. Los que venden noticias cambian muertos por rating. Los que se cuestionan, los que no se cuestionan, los que no los cuestionan, ven morir la niñez en silencio. El genocidio congoleño comprendió entre 1885 y 1908 en el Estado Libre de Congo y República Democrática del Congo. En ese momento murieron entre 10 y 15 millones de personas inocentes. El periodo de la colonización en América dejó como resultado 60 millones de africanos. La guerra contra el narcotráfico y el terrorismo en Colombia dejó como resultado en este momento 6.402 jóvenes inocentes presentados como baja en combate, que eso lo conocemos como los falsos positivos. Como africanos, reconocemos y reconozco que grandes genocidios se han cometido contra nuestro pueblo. Por eso hoy expresamos nuestra solidaridad con el pueblo de Palestina. Aguante Palestina, paz y amor para todas y todos. Gracias.
That we will play his music.
La juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra. Decisiones tomadas, sangre derramada para muchos, este es el mundo, para otros aquí no pasa nada. Mentes tapadas, vistas cegadas, sometidos a sostenerse, parados de cuña porque no quieren caerse, parásitos viviendo a costilla de nosotros. Vicios tienen muchas buenas ideas, tienen pocos, creándose mediocres, llevando vidas de locos o indigentes, tocando el tema del racismo. Sabemos que todos estamos sumergidos en lo mismo. Si damos paso al pasado, viajando por el olvido, despertando a los muertos, contando los secretos de lo que ellos han vivido. Siempre en peligro, con el fantasma del miedo, viviendo en una guerra de esclavitud y de desconsuelo, huyendo de la violencia, sufrimiento verdadero. Salgo a la calle, veo miseria por todas partes, me hace recordar aquellos tiempos de antes, pues nada ha cambiado, todo sigue lo mismo, no hay acuerdo de paz, solo reina el conformismo. Luchemos por lo que queremos, que nos toque todo lo mismo, lo que vivimos a diario. El 50 no hay valor a lo marginado por la alta sociedad. Colombia necesita curarse del odio, curarse de la venganza y de tanto monopolio. La juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra. No. En el interior de todos los colombianos grita un una voz que dice respeto para los jóvenes y niños que cada día son explotados por la violación a los derechos. Es un grito desesperado que sale de muy adentro y rompe el pecho. Es el pueblo que grita a esos cuerpos sin almas, no más. La juventud a la guerra no irá jamás, jamás.
Porque somos seres humanos y no tenemos por qué matarnos unos a otros.
No va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, no va. La juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, no va.
Soporte clan, Real Flow.
La juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra, la juventud no va a la guerra.
Thank you very much, Yota Ramos from Colombia. And the next speaker is also from Colombia, but based in San Francisco. The Professor Camilo Perez Bustillo is the Executive Director of National Lawyers Guild in San Francisco, also visiting Professor of Law and Social Justice at the National University in Taiwan. Camilo? Hello? He was just here earlier.
Yes, here. Buenos dias.
Yes.
Buenos dias. Thank you so much, my brother Mong. Thank you. Compañeras y compañeros, hermanos y hermanas, y especialmente un abrazo fuerte para mi hermano afrocolombiano. Somos del mismo pueblo. I'm honored to join you here with warm greetings of solidarity for the people of Gaza and Palestine, from my places of origin, of personal and family origin, in Colombia and in Mexico, and in my roles as Executive Director of the National Lawyers Guild in San Francisco and co-founder of the International Tribunal of Conscience of Peoples and Movement, which is based in Mexico City and is also represented on this call by Julio da Silveira Moreira from Foz do Iguaçu in Brazil, and by one of our mentors and one of those who has inspired us and accompanied us, Gil Boehringer, who I salute. Today in San Francisco, as in Washington, D.C., and throughout the U.S., thousands of us will be mobilizing in solidarity with Palestine and against U.S. complicity in the genocide which is unfolding before us. We join our hands here today and embraces, abrazos, with each of you and the struggles and movements you represent, with the struggle of the Rohingya people and against genocide in Myanmar, and each of the other struggles represented here in the shared bond that unites us. We will not rest until this horror is ended. Y Palestina es libre. Palestine is free, which is essential for the liberation of each of us in todo el mundo, throughout the world. We also want to invite you to join us virtually and with your messages of solidarity in the next few days as we prepare mass mobilizations of protest here in San Francisco, where the global summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum will be taking place here in San Francisco from November 12th to 18th. With the presence of 21 heads of state and dozens of the world's top corporate CEOs. This is the first global summit that is taking place since the Gaza war began, and will be an important opportunity to hold Biden and his allies accountable here in San Francisco for their complicity with genocide in Palestine. The guests will include Biden, of course, as host, plus others representing illegitimate authoritarian states and regimes, such as the Philippines and Peru, who will be seeking legitimacy here in Biden's embrace. We will be mobilizing to tell them that they are not welcome in San Francisco, and our resistance will include a People's Counter Summit on November 11th and mass protests to shut APEC down on November 12th and 15th. Please join us. Un fuerte abrazo solidario. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Camilo. The next solidarity speaker or artist will be Chocho or Rebel Riots from Myanmar. And his band is the very first punk band, and he has been involved in different social justice movements. Chocho, your turn. Chocho.
Hello everyone. Solidarity from Myanmar. You know, we are a punk band from here, and we try to use music for social justice, human rights, and against the genocide. Also, in 2017, we had the big genocide for Rohingya people. Right now in Gaza, we're very sad. So tonight, I would like to sing one song for prayer for Gaza. Usually, most of our song we don't have acoustic version. We just have the full band version. So tonight I wanna sing cover song. One of the local artists, his name is called Sofokwa. So I want to sing his song. So, Zani ready lah? So
yeah.
Yeah. Yo linda neta de lugare, oyo chia jumara se gai. Yo no tira de sentire no solo ni. Pacienza se ni cambio ade, naga ya pare Pacienza se alungo ade, utangri e se ade. Ementia noita, yanti senta, ikla pika fe, mota anga. Yure shinde dati, we go shinde we beva. Pacienza se ni cambio ade, naga ya pare. Padre, Pacienza se alungo ade, utangri e se ade. Lenkin shall be in one million, they shall want more than a child. The no big jare. So when I dig about change, they in Jaya. I don't know no guide. Do go where do you where? Sing shall be in my million, I shall want more than a child. The no big jare. So when I dig about change, in Jaya. I'm not on no guide. Do go where do you where? Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Always
Chocho.
solidarity from Myanmar.
Yeah. Thank you, Chocho. Very proud of you for joining us. And he just sang the song that was composed and sung by one of our colleagues. He is in jail since the coup in 2021. The next speaker is Sonal KS from Shillong, India. He's a postgraduate student at the university there. And we have regained 10 minutes because two speakers were unable to join. One had to leave because of a prior commitment. And so we are good with our schedule. So, Neil?
Thank you for giving me the stage. It is always preferred to condemn the Holocaust when it's over, when the children, when men and women, when the poets, artists, engineers, and scientists, when cobblers and farmers, when lovers and laborers, all are dead and buried under the debris of a decimated civilization. When the land is successfully stolen, when there is no olive tree left, when there is no one left to resist, no one to claim the land as their ancestors, when there is no threat of retaliation or no possibility of justice, then the Western elites would compose poetry, cry rivers of academic papers, make exquisite movies, and sing the most passionate songs about the people of Palestine and their grief. But they will not utter a single word now. They will maintain their neutrality. They will condemn violence of both sides. They will highlight conservatism of the people who are being mercilessly butchered by the liberal and politically correct democracies. They will ask you to condemn Hamas. They will gaslight you of being anti-Semitic when you stand against Zionism. They will proclaim that the issue is complex, that there is no single truth, that there are different perspectives. They will turn the world upside down, making you believe that oppressed are the oppressors. But I refuse to remain silent. I refuse to call a clear-cut act of colonization and ethnic cleansing by the Zionist forces upon the native Palestinian people as complex. I refuse to blur the truth. I refuse to remain silent when thousands of men, women, and children are being bombed to oblivion every single day in an imperialist-funded Holocaust. I refuse to remain silent when the imperialist governments are openly funding the colonial genocide and proclaiming their support to the Zionists. When my country's right-wing government abstain from voting for a ceasefire in Gaza at the UN or clamp down on Palestinian solidarity protests shamelessly, backtracking from the historical solidarity of India to Palestine, I refuse to remain silent. I refuse to theologize a colonial occupation or mythologize history to justify this genocide. I know that Israel did not exist before 1948. Therefore, I refuse to stop speaking about the Balfour Declaration, about the British massacre of Palestinians and uprooting of their towns, villages in the 1930s to facilitate Zionist occupation. I refuse to forget Nakba. I refuse to forget the betrayals of the Oslo Accord. I refuse to condemn the violence of the oppressed. I refuse to condemn the compelled acts of decolonization or the struggle waged by the Palestinians for their liberation. I refuse to respect the existence of Israel on Palestinian land. I refuse to remain silent on the Zionist occupation of Palestinian people. I refuse to remain silent about the crimes on the minds and bodies, about the open-air prison of Gaza, about the land, air, and sea blockade by the Zionist forces imposed on Gaza, about the wails and cries, about robbery of childhood from children, about the empty classrooms, about the bombings of hospitals and journalists, about the deaths and destruction, about dehumanization and humiliation, about the half a century of ethnic cleansing, land robbery, and oppression. I stand in unflinching solidarity with the people of Palestine and their struggle for national liberation. Long live Palestine, death to Zionism. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Sonil from Shillong, India. The next speaker we have is Jeffrey Hassan. He's a Tamil poet, writer, and literary critic. He will be speaking from Sri Lanka, I think like eastern province of Sri Lanka. Jeffrey?
Okay, thanks. Good evening, all of you. Today I feel consolation a bit because of this event. These days I am worrying a lot about Israeli genocide in Palestine. So now I'm going to recite a poem in my mother tongue. எந்த மொழியில் இந்த அவலத்தை பாடுவது? இந்த பேரழிவிற்கு மொழியே இல்லை, நிறுத்திட வழியுமா இல்லை? இடிபாடுகளின் இடையே தலை பிளந்த குழந்தைகளின் நடுவே குருதி பெருக்கெடுக்கும் மண்ணின் கதறல் உலகின் மனச்சாட்சியை ஏன் உறுத்தத் தவறியது? இடிபாடுகளின் இடையே தலை பிளந்த குழந்தைகளின் நடுவே குருதி பெருக்கெடுக்கும் மண்ணின் கதறல் உலகின் மனச்சாட்சியை ஏன் உறுத்தத் தவறியது? குரூரம் சூழ் உலகின் ஒரு துளியாக வாழ்வதில் நான் வெட்கம் கொள்கிறேன். உலகின் கண்ணீர் துளி போதும் இந்த பகையின் தீயை அணைக்க. குழந்தைகளின் கண்களில் தேங்கும் மரணத்தின் ரணத்தின் வழியை, மரணத்தின் மொழியை நீங்கள் பார்த்த பின்னும் உங்களால் கண்கள் மூட முடிகிறதா? உலகத்தின் கண்கள் வெறும் புண்கள் ஆயிற்றா? உலகத்தின் கண்கள் வெறும் புண்கள் ஆயிற்றா? பலஸ்தீன கரங்கள் பற்றிய கல் போல இறுகித்தான் போயிற்று உலகின் மனமும். போரும் குற்றமும் தர்மமும் நீதியும் இடத்துக்கிடம் வேறுபட்டன. பலஸ்தீன கரங்கள் பற்றிய கல் போல இறுகித்தான் போயிற்று உலகின் மனமும். போரும் குற்றமும் தர்மமும் நீதியும் இடத்துக்கிடம் வேறுபட்டன. இதயம் பதபதைக்கும் காட்சிகள், மானுடம் சிலுவை அறையப்படும் கல்வாரி மலையாகி குவிகின்றன கற்களும் பிணங்களும். நெருப்பை உமிழும் இயந்திர பறவைகள் பறக்கும் வானத்தில் வெண்புறாக்கள் பறப்பது எப்போது? நெருப்பை உமிழும் இயந்திர பறவைகள் பறக்கும் வானத்தில் வெண்புறாக்கள் பறப்பது எப்போது? In my poetry, I emphasize to stop Israeli genocide against Gaza people, and the world should open its mouth against Israel's attack on innocent Palestinians. I think this event consolates me these days. It is also one of the major protests for this genocide. So I thank you, all of you, and especially I want to thank organizer of this event. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Many of you would know that Jeffrey's people, Elam Tamil, and their struggle have been crushed by a combined forces of USA, India, China, European Union, when they label the Liberation Tigers movement as a terrorist and allow the state of Sri Lanka to proceed with final genocidal destruction of the Tamil resistance. So the Tamil people can totally relate to what Palestinians are going through. The next speaker is Dr. Arash Siddiqui. He's a Swedish-born Iranian and scholar and educator, and also podcaster based in Manchester. Arash?
Thank you, Mongzani. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be part of this. I'll try to not be take a long time. Deborah Bird Rose, an American academic, anthropologist who went to Australia to study the Aboriginal people, once said that to get in the way of settler colonialism, which we see in Palestine today, all the native has to do is stay at home. As I'm sure with many others here, I've had a lot of conversations with people from all sorts of political leanings. I've had conversations with people I work with who are not aware of the situation. This is the first they knew about. This is the first time they hear about Gaza and Palestine, and I've had conversations with pro-Israelis and pro-Palestinians. In all these discussions and conversations, it's helped me a lot to come back to these words of Deborah Rose. I'll just repeat the words. To get in the way of settler colonization, all the native has to do is stay at home. What this means that it doesn't matter what the native person does in any situation of settler colonialism. It doesn't matter if the native person is a terrorist who kills civilians, or if they are a pacifist who has an interest in classical music, if they're religious, if they are psychopathic or gambling addict or whatever they are. It's irrelevant. By the very fact that they are there, they are in the way of the settlers' plans. This framework has really helped me in those conversations, particularly shaping it for those who have no idea of the historical background. In those conversations, particularly with pro-Israeli or maybe even Zionists, I've come across people who believe very strongly that the culture of the settler colonial project is a better one than the one they replace. And we've seen this in many other settler colonial situations, where there is a strong belief that the thing that we are bringing is better than the one we're replacing. The good thing about Deborah Rose's quote is that that is irrelevant. So it doesn't matter to me whether the person I'm speaking to feels that maybe Israeli culture is a better one, or has maybe in their opinion more connection to a liberal Western democratic culture. I can park that and I can say, let's discuss that later, or that's between you and your God. What is impossible to dispute is that the project of settler colonialism necessarily needs to eliminate the native society. It has to. Patrick Wolf, who coined the phrase settler colonialism, divides the project of settler colonialism in two parts, in the negative and the positive. Negative meaning destructive, and positive meaning constructive, creating that society. Both are needed. The colonizer has to destroy and then build on top of that. The Palestinian is therefore a disruptor. The Palestinian is in the way of a project. They are essentially at fault from the perspective of the settler. By the very fact that they're still in their homes, the ones in Gaza, Palestinians in West Bank and the Palestinians in diaspora, by the very fact that they call themselves Palestinian, are disruptors. Theodor Herzl, one of the founding fathers of Zionism, wrote in his book, The Jewish State, or the text concerning Zionism, he wrote, "If I wish to substitute a new building for an old one, I must demolish before I construct. I shall therefore keep to this natural sequence." And I think it's very important for us to understand this and not fall into the trap of condemning Hamas, necessarily trying to promote some kind of Palestinian culture in all conversations, because at the end of the day, this is settler colonialism, and fortunately, I think Palestinians are winning. That's it. Thank you very much, Mangsani.
Thank you, Arash. I apologize to the speaker in the slot number 35, Fatima Zahra Mayet from Joburg, South Africa. My eyes were quite tired, so I overlooked her slot and allowed Arash to take that. So let me invite Fatima. She's the historian of 20th century South African history. Her thesis was on Israel's security expansion into Palestine, and she's also very active with the Rohingya, Protect the Rohingya campaign.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon to all the participants and the host, Mangjani and Nishan. Earlier this week, Mangjani asked me to speak a little bit about the strength of boycotting as a strategy. And I think while boycott is important, it is also necessary that we remember that boycott alone is not what liberated South Africa from the scourge of apartheid. And more importantly, it is not our place to tell the oppressed how to fight for their freedom, nor is it our place to condemn them for seeking their liberation and right to self-determination. I've noted that unfortunately, the international community has quite a short memory. In fact, Nelson Mandela's memory has been whitewashed into a symbol of peace and pacifism when the truth is much more complex. In the 1960s, Nelson Mandela too recognized that there was a point wherein peaceful resistance was no longer the means to persist with, and the constant surveillance and oppression he experienced from the apartheid government was excessive. In that moment, he too made the decision to take up arms and form the military wing of the African National Congress, which was called Umkhonto we Sizwe, or the Spear of the Nation. It was this resistance to the oppressive apartheid regime that not only landed Nelson Mandela and others in prison for 27 years, but also led to him being put on the United States of America's terror watch list, a list he was only removed from in 2008, long after his presidency. History is filled with examples that prove occupation, settler colonialism, and state terrorism cannot be resisted through words alone. Gazans have the right to fight for their freedom from occupation and their right to self-determination. Palestinian solidarity has been built into South Africa's identity, and for most of my life, I've heard the quote by Nelson Mandela repeated. It goes, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." But it is not enough to support the oppressed by paying lip service to their cause on multiple platforms. We have to take active steps to support their fight for their freedom. One method that has a proven track record is widespread boycott. Boycott is a valid tool with real-world repercussions. Worldwide boycott was used so effectively to push the apartheid government into a place where they had no choice but to start the negotiation process. In a capitalist world, we have to strike big business where it counts, and that's in their profit margins. I'm sure the guests and panel here are no stranger to the BDS movement, a worldwide civil strategy to isolate the Israeli state. The Israeli government views BDS as a major threat to its legitimacy, and that alone speaks volumes. In its war in Gaza, Israel has effectively backed itself into a corner within the United Nations. To quote our host Zani, Israel has become a pariah. In the 1980s, the same could be said for South Africa. They were unwelcome at the United Nations, banned from international sporting events, and international companies were pulled out of the country. Once life under boycott and sanctions became intolerable to South Africans and the capitalist infrastructure faced significant losses, the apartheid government relented and agreed it was time for negotiations. While the world was writing the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and compiling the laws of war, apartheid was being codified after the 1948 elections in South Africa, and the Nakba was taking place in Palestine. Once more, the hypocrisy built into the global system is on display through the West's reaction to the war in Ukraine versus Israel's war in Gaza. Apartheid is a recognized crime against humanity. It was wrong for South Africans, it's wrong for the Rohingya, and it's 100% wrong for Palestinians. Do not fall into the trap of the colonizers who have built violence into the fabric of the occupation, but cry for condemnations against the oppressed. This is part and parcel of the colonial mentality that carries out violent occupation and then turns around and asks us to condemn a child throwing stones at a soldier as if the two are equals on a battlefield. Also be mindful of the repetitive rhetoric of the Israeli state, wherein Israel sees itself as a border between the forces of civilization and the forces of barbarism. After 75 years, the Israeli regime has made it abundantly clear that the time for dialogue and a peaceful solution has long passed. If we do not act now in support of Palestinians, then history will remember us as those who stood by silently, complicit in the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians. As you say in South Africa, Amandla! Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Zara. That was a very crystal clear analysis and solid support from South Africa. The next speaker is Gopi Ratnam. Gopi is a London-based journalist for a few decades, and also he's a tireless activist in in quest for Elam Tamil people's rights back in his home country, Sri Lanka. Gopi?
Greeting, comrades. It's a great privilege for me to be here with you today. What's happening in Gaza now has happened in many other countries as well. Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and Yemen are among the most recent. A number of these genocides took place without media attention. Since October the 7th, more than 9,000 Palestinians have been killed, including 3,000 children. Earlier on, when Professor Mazin Kamsia spoke about the detailed analysis about the casualties, the human casualties. So all of us should show our solidarity to Palestinians at this time of need without holding back. So you should support for Palestinian people. When you support them, it's a support for the humanity. You probably heard these words, a ruthless terrorist, an organization banned in many countries, including the United States. They keep the people as human shields. The rockets launched by the terrorists failed to reach the target but fell on the hospitals. If we allowed to take food and medicine to people in the area, they would end up at the hands of the terrorists. People who are not left the area are terrorists or their allies. If we call for a ceasefire, it would only strengthen the terrorists and it would give an opportunity for them to regroup. In the mainstream press, these words and phrases are often repeated. These are the generic terms used to justify killing innocent civilians. Under this cover, they bomb hospitals, schools, ambulances, and refugee camps. 14 years ago, we heard the exact words in the genocidal war against the Tamils in the island of Sri Lanka. In a matter of a few months, nearly 146,000 people either killed or forcibly disappeared without trace. The world powers often ignore or even support genocides when it serves their geopolitical interests. What is happening in Gaza is a clear example of a systematic genocide. There's no other way to describe this human catastrophe. The people of Gaza are trapped in a hopeless situation. They either had to perish in their homeland or leave the country, but no country is willing to take them in. The current UK government is even blaming the refugees and asylum seekers for all of their problems. The Home Secretary is calling them as invaders. Therefore, we must come together to save the lives of Palestinian people and ensure that they can live in their homeland with dignity. Although the Israeli government completely rejects the UN system, some political leaders in this country are suggesting that Israel can be taken to the International Criminal Court if it violates the international law. However, this is not a viable solution, and it will not bring justice to the Palestinian people. So we have to be clear about this call for International Criminal Court and so on and so on. Currently, governments are worried about the growing number of people coming out in support of the Palestinian people. They're concerned that the public opinion is turning against them, especially the Western governments are very concerned about this. So we must continue this struggle and demand for an immediate ceasefire, because what's happening in Gaza today is a warning to humanity, and it could happen elsewhere tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Gopi. Our next speaker is Osman Noor. He is the human rights and refugee law practitioner lawyer from the UK, and he was, until last week, government relations officer with one of the largest international campaign known as Stop Killer Robots INGO collective, and he was sacked for tweeting in support of Palestine. Osman?
Yes, thank you very much, Sani. It's a really honor to be here and to be with friends and comrades who have delivered already excellent statements, which I won't be able to match in their clarity and insight. But to say that it is absolutely correct that we are seeing a genocide underway in Gaza, and this is an anti-colonial struggle that we are all in. And so I'm very happy to be with you all. It gives me great confidence and hope. I thought I would just clarify what's actually happened in the last couple of weeks, because I think it goes to an important matter, which is the duplicity, double standards, and hypocrisy that exists within Western human rights organizations at this time. By way of background, my origin is from Kashmir. So from my own family legacy, I have an understanding of colonialism. But as a practitioner in refugee law in London, I was very privileged to be representing many people from all over the world in their struggles and their seeking for protection. So that also gave me a certain level of understanding and insight and compassion for the struggles that we go through. For the last 3 years, I've been working as the government relations manager in Geneva, Switzerland, for, as you said correctly, one of the world's largest international NGOs, called Stop Killer Robots, which has a very noble cause. In fact, it is concerned with the use of autonomous weapon systems. These are systems that use artificial intelligence to kill people, and Israel is in fact the leading developer of these systems, and Palestine is indeed a laboratory for Israel to test these types of weapon systems. This is the new generation of warfare, and in my role as government relations manager, I attend meetings at the United Nations to talk about this very important matter, but placing it within the context of the importance of international humanitarian law, the necessity to protect civilians, the necessity to protect human dignity. So these are the bases upon which I have been doing my advocacy work for the last 3 years, and doing so very successfully, because just this month, in October, we had a resolution in the United Nations General Assembly on this matter for the very first time after 10 years, which 160 states voted in favor of. And this has been something that we've been campaigning for the last 3 years. But while I was in New York to lobby in favor of this resolution, the violence was erupting in the region. And so I sought advice from my colleagues who are the leading human rights organizations in the world. My organization is led by Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and many of the other leading Western human rights and disarmament organizations. And I sought advice from them about what we could do to activate our campaign network to seek a humanitarian corridor, which is perhaps the least that we could be doing in terms of our advocacy work at the time. Unfortunately, that request was denied. I was told to not use our campaign network on a personal issue. I therefore decided to record a statement in my personal capacity whilst at the United Nations, a simple message outside the United Nations where I said that we are seeing an ethnic cleansing underway, that this is taking place in the context of apartheid and occupation. And I simply called upon listeners to do what they could in their personal and professional capacities to help end the occupation and end apartheid. I shared that tweet with a range of friends, family members, colleagues, and also to a limited number of connections that I had made over the course of my work, who were representatives of states. These were all people that were already on my WhatsApp, people who I would talk to about political matters, people that gave their number freely to me. As a consequence of sending this message, a retaliatory system of penalization was put into place, resulting in my termination just last week. In that process, I was not given a disciplinary hearing. I was not invited to submit views. I was told that my conduct was insubordinate. And so I have never had, in the 3 years that I've been working with the campaign, any disciplinary action or warning. I've never had one as a lawyer in the United Kingdom, where I practiced for 9 years. But instead of acknowledging that the campaign failed to do what they should have done, I have instead been penalized with retaliation from the campaign, who've now terminated my position. But what they have also done is made the grave mistake of publicizing this termination incorrectly. They, instead of saying that they terminated my contract, announced to a wide range of representatives that I had left the campaign, and then followed up by saying it had nothing to do with Palestine, which was, of course, completely not true. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brother Osman. We are all here. If there's anything we can do to stand with you, please let us know. And his superiors or colleagues were correct. Osman was attempting to use his network for quote-unquote personal issue, because genocides ought to be taken personally, because genocides are a crime against humanity. That means you, me, anyone on the streets, at home, every single human needs to take genocides personally and make it a personal issue. The problem is that is not the case for the powers that be. So the next speaker is Dr. Gianni Tognoni, General Secretary of Permanent People's Tribunal and a tireless advocate for an end to impunity using both international law and mobilization of moral opinion of the world's people. Gianni, he will be speaking from Milan, I believe.
Okay, thanks for this opportunity of taking part in this big expression of solidarity for the Palestinians, first of all. I do not think that I have to add anything new with respect to what is happening on the genocide of the Palestinian people and on the comments which have been made about the responsibilities of the state of Israel and the responsibility of the international community for this connivance. I think that really everything should be done, though I do not trust too much the fact of having some kindly judgment on Israel and anything which could stop now what is the true genocide of the Palestinians. So few points which could be possibly important along the line of the last intervention. First, I think it's important to consider now the Palestinians as truly representative of what is happening to the fate of the people in the world. The people are such as a representative of a reality of people, as you were saying now, do not exist, in fact, in international law. The Palestinians do not exist, despite the formal recognition in the United States or the United Nations, because, in fact, they are like, say, the Rohingyas, the Tamil, they are minorities, and it's very easy to confound really the right of these people with some terroristic act that is happening with Hamas. But in fact, the genocide of the Palestinians started, everybody has said already that, since long time ago. It has been going on for 75 years. Like, in fact, a completely different situation like the people of Colombia, because the Colombia, the genocide was going on and on and on, with the exclusion of the representative people, because there were interests which were considering the state of Colombia the sole representative of the people of Colombia. And that is the situation of many people and every people in the world till they do not represent or are represented by a state recognized by powers in the state. So I think that is important to have the idea that genocides are not happening only when something so acute is happening. I think that this is a genocide for the Sudan people, there is for the Yemen, there is for so many minorities, which are in fact the Azeri, the Kurds, which are also in the same area. That is the first point. The second point is the fact that the problem which is clear now is the fact that, and the fact that two representatives, say, of the United Nations have given, retired their approval in that, the fact that the international law cannot really represent a forum for the condemnation of these crimes, because the genocides and crimes against humanity are happening everywhere, but that international court is in fact, when it happens, consider them with so long delays, which in fact allow people to disappear or to lose their identity without any intervention. And I think that is important that the solidarity which is really showing up in these days for the people of Palestine, and I think that though is very important, is still insufficient to modify the politics of our states. Many people are manifesting in Italy, but the government is absolutely absent. And this is the same for so many countries. So there is a dissociation between the opinion of people and the capacity of influencing that. And it's important to adopt really the fact of making people present in international law as a really true priority for international law. Otherwise, international law is the guarantors of the rights of the states. And it's in fact the allies or those who are condemning the people to become victims. The history of the People Tribunal has documented that in so many cases, from the Argentinian desaparecidos to Guatemala, to Tamil, to Rohingyas. And every time something else happening, you could say something like that for Kashmir, for Kurds, as I was saying before, because Turkey, which is considered by the international community a potential link in the diplomacy, is in fact committing genocides now with respect to the Kurds. So I think that would be important as a way of respecting and in fact possibly continuing the rights to liberation of the Palestinians, to fight against this diplomatic impunity of all the states which make people disappear and to become object of genocides when they are in fact going against the interest of the states. Thanks, and let's hope for the Palestinians to have a future which is different, where while we do not have so much hope now in this sense.
Thank you, Johnny. I just want to acknowledge that we've got Australian comrades and brothers and sisters staying up 3:30 in the morning or 2:30 in the morning their time, and the item on the program is pre-recorded Northern Welsh musicians, Afro Super Tramps, and she just recorded it last night. She works at a hospital in London during the day, and she recorded this song for us.
Hello, my name's Eva Supertramp, filming for you from London, UK, with my watermelon earring. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this. As someone who works in a hospital as my day job, it's been horrific watching the footage that is coming from Gaza, with the hospitals being bombed and women having C-sections without anesthetic and children having their limbs amputated without anesthetic, and the fact they're running out of clean medical supplies is really, really horrific. Of course, there's plenty of horrific things happening, and it's a time for us to really learn our arguments, ready to stand up for Palestine in our workplaces and on the streets. And it's a time not to back down, because there's a massive propaganda coming from the Western media. So yeah, I won't speak too much. I'm sure there are plenty of experts that have been speaking. I'm here to sing a song. This is a song in Welsh, which is my mother tongue language. It's called Bwrw, which means raining. In Wales, we've got a lot of different expressions and metaphor about rain. Like it's raining old ladies and sticks, and the types of rain that come down. And this is a song about mental health and about that feeling when you can't see anything beyond the dark clouds in your life. And my name is Eva Supertramp, if I forgot to say that. Mampuruglaw ang soporyaw ang halon ng wadam henimsyaw medalye tawik sin reoli hedyu pamor hirtan dwiti medwi dwiti boten square pardoniaid ifom hennom molen toilet saluch medu por corforo loliam Shopuru mantuaki loud we mori self in sido darkout ang odio vumut passa quale man could I be a devil hosting the true effect Mampuru head racket a fin Kamalatis in Krokini Banin Obsession for Kurfanos in Tahrina to Voto on Incasario at Picadatan Risko Intro can I played with my right of a pussy Host with the Vani and for Gwen win and a physic Tablet the Furden Tablet Vani What's your arm said what's your mo with the Tahiti Sunday Acting loud, we more result in sido darkout. Ang odio vumut passa quale man. Could I be a devil hosting the true effect? As fascinated maru and I excite. Alias in him and got a pointy and white. Round that road, another peyo. Come on in here, but those bad guayo. Acting loud, we more result in sido darkout. Ang odio vumut passa quale man. Could I be a devil hosting Petro Efern? Prode di Palestina, freedom to Palestine.
Thank you, Effa. Hope you're tuning in. And our next speaker is Brother Michael Leonardi. He's an Italian-American and writer and an activist. He will be speaking from Naples. Michael? Michael?
You are mute.
Yeah, you're muted.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening. I'm actually in Rome right now at a demonstration, fourth week in a row that there has been a large mobilization here in the capital I want to thank everyone for their interventions today. It's been a powerful and a beautiful rally for human solidarity in the face of this horrible and brutal genocide that we're witnessing before our eyes taking place in Gaza. What can I say to add more to what has already been said, other than this is a demonstration here in Rome today that's been called to repudiate war. The demonstrators have been calling for Italy to leave NATO, denouncing the financing and shipment of arms to the war in Ukraine, and Italy's complicity in the genocide in Gaza. People are enraged, passionate, frustrated with our impotence as a species to stop this disgraceful act of human horror. We need more events like this. I want to give you a taste of the demonstration here. I'm going to show you. Just let's continue forward. Next week, I'll be in Naples for another demonstration. Last week was a national mobilization. There were over 40,000 in Rome last week. The outpouring of support has been phenomenal from the people. Continue forward. Let's act in solidarity. I appreciate all the interventions today. Let's keep going. We need to boycott and divest from the United States. For years, we've been boycotting and divesting from Israel, but it's time for a boycott and divestment movement of the U.S. empire. It's time to boycott and divest from the United States. Here you go.
Thank you, Michael. It's really good to see you out on the street. And there are quite a few artists who wanted to come on live, but they are on the streets in London and other places, so they cannot make it on our online rally. So, Mike, I'm going to say thank you and let you get on with joining the people over there. And more strength to you, brother. And next speaker we have is Professor Julio Morea from Federal University of Latin American Integration in southern Brazil, I believe. And he's an international law specialist jurist, and he's with the International Tribunal of Conscience and Peoples in Movement, and also at the Research Institute of Law and Social Movement in Brazil. Julio?
Hello, Zarni. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. You're good to go.
Okay, let's start. So it's very important and grateful to be here with so important and strong and solidarity people, and to exchange again with Camilo Perez and Gil Boringer, and see that Gianni Tognoni from the People's Permanent Tribunal, and so other fighters who are in their places. So I'd like to express a greeting from Latin America. I am now sitting in Paraguay, and I live in Brazil. And I want to send a special greeting from South America, and I want to send a memory message and resistance message about the singer who was important during the military dictatorship in Brazil, who is called Geraldo Vandré. Here in Brazil, we have other kinds of conflicts: the indigenous peoples, the peasants conflicts, the landlords and the peasants conflict, and the struggle for land reform. So we can gather in solidarity and speak the same language. And then I will sing a part of this singer in Portuguese, and it's part of the resistance against the military dictatorship in Brazil from 60s to the 80s. Then says, caminhando e cantando e seguindo a canção, somos todos iguais, braços dados ou não, nas escolas, nas ruas, campos, construções, caminhando e cantando e seguindo a canção. Vem, vamos embora, que esperar não é saber. Quem sabe faz a hora, não espera acontecer. Vem, vamos embora, que esperar não é saber. Quem sabe faz a hora, não espera acontecer. Pelos campos a fome, em grandes plantações, pelas ruas marchando, indecisos cordões, ainda fazem da flor seu mais forte refrão, e acreditam nas flores, vencendo o canhão. A soldados armados, amados ou não, quase todos perdidos, de armas na mão. Nos quartéis lhes ensinam uma antiga lição de morrer pela pátria e viver sem razão. Vem, vamos embora, que esperar não é saber. Quem sabe faz a hora, não espera acontecer. Vem, vamos embora, que esperar não é saber. Quem sabe faz a hora, não espera acontecer. Nas escolas, nas ruas, campos, construções, somos todos soldados, armados ou não, caminhando e cantando e seguindo a canção. Somos todos iguais, braços dados ou não. Os amores na mente, as flores no chão, a certeza na frente, a história na mão, caminhando e cantando e seguindo a canção, aprendendo e ensinando uma nova lição. And so long live the Palestinian resistance, long live international solidarity. I wonder, I can imagine, every father can imagine how is to take, how could be to take a son from the bombarded place, from the ruins, and there's so much suffering, and it's very important initiative to gather these voices all over the world. In Brazil, there is lots of protests today. The Federation of Arab Palestinians is good leadership there, and you have to remember the Palestinians refugees. They are now people in movement, and they, despite they are bombing Gaza, there are lots of Palestinians raising the voice all over the world, and they will keep on, and they have international solidarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julio. Our next contributor is Mehmet Öztürk. Is my Turkish brother. He's based in Ankara, retired world languages editor with the Anadolu News Agency, and he's now independent journalist. Mehmet?
You are muted.
Can you unmute? He'll come. He was just texting me. On
Okay.
WhatsApp. Yeah.
Now, can
You're
you
good
hear
to
me?
go. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, all. And thanks for all for being voice for voiceless people of Palestinians who are massacred by Zionist Israeli regime. And unfortunately, I must say that in every 10 minutes, a Palestinian child killed by Israel army. And also special thanks for Zani organizing such an event to be voices heard all over the world. First of all, I must say that Palestinian problem is not a new one. It is a historic problem because of establishment of Israeli state. When Israeli state established by the help of United Kingdom, they committed, as all you know, Nakba, which means a big catastrophe against Palestinians, and thousands of Palestinians rendered homeless in their own homeland, and also they thousands of them deported out of Palestinian lands. So from that, there was a big trauma for Palestinian people as well as the countries, neighboring countries in the region. And also I must say that it is a matter of 25 years of struggle on the side of Palestinians and the massacres on the side of Israeli state. And we have the list of it. Every time there was no peace for the Palestinians, added to their lands grabbed by Israeli state, and they were departed from their lands. They faced also daily disturbances from the side of Israeli state, and also killings and abusing, and also very important, jailing Palestinians. So thousands of Palestinians jailed by the Israeli regime, and maybe there is no such a family whose member not jailed by the Israeli state. Israeli state is an invading state and force in the Palestinian land, according to United Nations resolutions, and the official state of Israel is like this. It is an invading state. And therefore, and in the historical background, 7th October, which is named by the Hamas and brigades of Izzeddin Qassam, Aqsa Flood, is not a surprise because there was two forces in state of war, and any side finding an opportunity to harm the other side, they will act. And that was what Hamas has done. Another thing regarding this problem, Zionist government has media power, and it uses it effectively through this and misinformation. And we have a lot of examples of that. Therefore, we must increase voices like all your voices against this Holocaust of Zionist regime against Palestinians. With this, I thank you again, and special thanks for Zarni joining for this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Memur. I think like we will also have a Turkish musical band. They're having some audio issues, and so they're fixing it, and they will come on as soon as that they're able to fix it. And you will keep me posted on that one. And then the next speaker I have, I'm not sure if he has logged on, Rodrigo Buenolesi, political geographer who specializes in European migration in Europe, and also a radical cartographer. Rodrigo, are you on?
I don't think so.
Okay. He was supposed to speak from Netherlands. So
Yeah.
okay, because he's not there, so we're going to play one of the earliest British political punk band called Restarts, and they have a specially recorded words of solidarity. They're also involved with the Palestinian Action Campaign or network in London and UK, and they're involved in direct actions trying to shut down British manufacturing of weapons or sites of weapons that Britain manufacture and ship to Israel and other places, including Saudi Arabia. Restarts.
Hi, my name is Robin. I sing and I play guitar in the Restarts. Thanks for inviting us to this event. The song we're going to play for you is called Uprising. It's the title track from my last album, basically Intifada. It was inspired by my time in Palestine with the international solidarity movement, which eventually led, after I came back here, to the launch with other people of Palestine Action. I'd like to focus on direct action at the moment. I think over the 10 years I've been vocal about the Palestinian struggle for freedom, justice and equal rights. It seems like nothing has really worked. Like petitions don't really work. Protest marches are great to show solidarity and to show Palestinian people they're not alone. There's people thinking about them and standing in solidarity with them. But it comes to a point that urgency is of the essence, especially seeing what's going on in Gaza at the moment. Basically, Nakba 2.0, a fucking genocide, basically. Direct action is different. As David Graeber said it, like, protest is like asking the powers that be to dig a well. Direct action is digging the well yourself and challenging the powers that be to stop you. So those who want to take direct action or get involved, visit palestineaction.org. It's not just people who are arrestable. We need people to help with the PR side of things, with the RSD support, with the research side of things. The movement has grown bigger and bigger. And we've we've achieved quite a lot over the last 3 years. So yeah, enjoy the song. This one's called Uprising.
Bravo. Kapıda geçen mi?
Yeah, they are one of the best-known political punk bands and direct action activist networks. We've got the the Turkish musicians who will perform live from Ankara. Mehmet, would you like to introduce them, or they will just go straight?
Bütün dostlarımıza buradan Ankara'dan, Türkiye'den selamlar. Filistin'in dostlarını çoğaltmak için şu anda o meydanda olan bütün dostlarımızı kalbi muhabbetlerimizle selamlıyoruz. Biz de Filistin'in sesine ses katmak için burada birazcık da iktidai şartlarda sizlerle bir eseri paylaşıp Filistin'in dostlarını çoğaltma gününde böyle bir programda sizlerle birlikte olduğumuz için ayrıca mutlu olduğumuzu ifade etmek istiyoruz. Yaşasın Filistin direnişi, yaşasın vicdanı olan bütün insan.
Teşekkür ediyoruz. Müsaade ederseniz ben sizi tanıtayım. This group is named as Grup Genç, Group Youth. We can
Grup
say
Genç.
they are making pieces about Palestine since about 30 years, and they will now will have a piece for the cause of Palestine, and they say long live Palestine. Buyurun, dinliyoruz.
Bir çileye düştüm bin sefere koştum ummanla Sayan almaz beni. Bir çileye düştüm bin sefere koştum. Ummanlar olup taştım deryalar almaz beni. Yazmış kalem yazımı, değişmedim sözümü. Gazze bilir özümü, Kudüs çarpar yüreğim. Yazmış kalem yazımı, değişmedim sözümü. Gazze bilir özümü, Kudüs çarpar yüreğim. Zalimler zulmüyle azar, kör sağır dünya susar. Sazımda sözümde naçar, şarkılar avutmaz beni. Zalimler zulmüyle azar, kör sağır dünya susar. Sazımda sözümde naçar, şarkılar avutmaz beni. Yazmış kalem yazdımı, değişmedim sözümü. Gazze bilir özümü, Kudüs çarpar yüreğim. Yazmış kalem yazımı, değişmedim sözümü. Gazze bilir özümü, Kudüs çarpar yüreğim. Bütün Filistin dostlarına ve Filistin'in dostlarını artırmaya çalışan oradaki kıymetli dostlarımıza selam olsun Ankara.
They are conveying their best regards to all present here and we thank them. Teşekkür ediyoruz. Kolay gelsin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very, very beautiful. The next on our program is a pre-recording by this activist couple who founded Restless Beings, the NGO and activist group, and they operate in Gaza as well. And so Rahima Begum and Mabra Ahmed. And they're out on the streets in London today.
The past 3 weeks have devastated all of us who believe in peace and humanity. The countless deaths, the indiscriminate bombings, the absolute vacuum of humanity, the unbelievable levels of hate and vitriol that we have seen enacted on the Palestinian people is both unbelievable and feels Orwellian. But this attack on Palestinians in Gaza should not be taken as an outlier, because time and again we have seen the same murderous intent, the same cruel policies of apartheid and war crimes by regimes with different leaderships. And while we mourn the life and all the life that has been taken in the past 3 weeks, we should also always remember that this is a struggle for freedom that spans more than 80 years.
Last week, our Restless Beings team in Gaza, who have been distributing aid since the first day of the attacks in early October, were overwhelmed with grief. One of our youngest members of staff, only 21 years of age, Kafaya, tragically was killed alongside her brother and sister by Israeli airstrikes on their home whilst they slept. A second bomb moments later meant we were unable till this day to recover their bodies. And this is the case now for many thousands of people and families. Sometimes it's easy to get bogged down by numbers. The people who live and the people who have died in Gaza are not numbers. We need to attribute far, far more dignity than that. We should remember every single one of their names. They should be etched into our core memories, because it is beyond belief that in 2023 we are witnessing the final acts of an 80-year program of genocide by Israel on the people of Palestine.
Right now, Gaza is completely unlivable. The toilets are not working, the water is not running. Almost every type of basic hygiene is unmanageable. There are various reports of dysentery and diarrhea among young people, the stench of decaying bodies, of artillery fire, and of fear fills every alleyway, every hospital, and every abandoned school that the displaced Gazans find themselves in. I think it's very important to remember at this moment in time that any semblance of normality of life is completely upside down. It does not exist.
In response, we have to do more than donate, to protest, to march, and post on our social media. We need to no longer be afraid to say and use the word Palestine on and offline, in our workplaces, in our social groups. We need to understand that just like it took almost 80 years for Israel to reach its last stages of genocide against Palestinians that we are seeing now unfold in front of us in real time, it too will take us a long time, a monumental effort, an incredible amount of unity to bring justice to Palestine. The call for ceasefire is not enough. The occupation must end, and it must be now.
And for you and I, brothers and sisters, our next step of action is something that has to be higher and more intense than the protests and the donations that we've been doing so far. The only viable next step of action now is a general strike. The only language that these institutions, the so-called democracies of the world, the systems of capitalism that not only entice the world over and rule the world over, the only language that they understand is that of money. These institutes, these systems, and these democracies not only allow for things like war crimes, apartheid, and genocide to happen, they also allow it to go unpunished. So let's speak a language that they understand. Let's join in on a general strike and go to the belly of the beast, their money.
Ceasefire now, end occupation now, free, free Palestine.
Thank you, Mabra and Rahima. They also were co-organizers of this event, Restless Beings. The next on our program is Stephen Shaw, who is a member of the Jewish Voice for Peace out of Brooklyn, New York, and he performed this instrument singing the Jewish morning song.
Hi, my name is Stephen Shaw, and I'm with Jewish Voice for Peace in New York City. A few days after Israel began its relentless bombing of Gaza, there was a journalist in Tel Aviv, actually an ultra-Orthodox Jewish man, who recited the mourner's Kaddish for all the victims of this merciless war, but explicitly also for the Palestinian victims. He was very quickly greeted by a lynch mob outside of his house, and they actually lit his house on fire and threatened to murder, or said they wanted to murder him and his entire family. He was escorted out by the police for his own safety, and he reported to Haaretz that he was spat on by the police and punched in the face. I want to perform for you the Mourner's Kaddish, inspired by Israel Frey, for all the victims. And this is an Aramaic prayer, and normally in this Mourner's Kaddish we talk about peace to Israel. There's the line specifically about Israel, but I would like to also add the line Yoshvei Tevel, which means for all those who dwell on earth. So this is dedicated to all the victims of this conflict, and to Israel Frey. Thank you.
shalom bimroma huaya say shalom aleinu v'yalko Yisrael v'yoshvei tevel v'yimru amen.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And his partner spoke earlier, Sunita. He was driving to Washington, D.C. from New York for the protest over there. If we have Aruba Red from UK, he is an artist and a poet and a singer. Oh yeah, she. Sorry, I apologize. Aruba, you're good to go.
Greetings, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. I want to say thank you to all of the organizers and everybody who is working so tirelessly and passionately for what we all know to be right in our hearts and what we have all known to be right for so many years. And I would like to say thank you to Marlborough and Rahima who invited me today. I've been supporting them in their work for over a decade now, and it's very heartbreaking that we are still having to shout the same slogans, reiterate the same words, and that feeling of helplessness and just not knowing what we can do. And we try, we donate money, we spread the word, we try to speak with people, and it can feel extremely heartbreaking and desolate in these scraps of humanity, and it's just extremely difficult. And I think with this time around, because of the acceleration of social media and us being so immersed in the very real images of this every single day, I think what I would like to offer today to the community is a moment for you all of the activists and all of the people who are so immersed in this struggle and dedicating your time and your passions and your hearts so beautifully. I would like to offer just a few moments for us to reset our nervous systems and to just come together and to actually try to emit a feeling of peace. Because what has been coming up for me over the last few days is, how can we expect people to live peacefully who have been so enmeshed with the opposite of peace for so long? And when we find ourselves arguing with people and fighting with people and trying to convince people and feeling so this energy of frustration, I would just like to offer for everybody just a few moments to just come together, and if it feels comfortable, to close your eyes, and I will just guide you on a very short meditation for peace. I would invite you, if it feels comfortable, to close your eyes or to lower your gaze. And just for a moment, take a nice, deep inhalation. And exhale. Keep breathing at a deep, slow pace that feels comfortable for you. And just recognize how you are feeling in your body. Is your heart racing? Is the pain of what you have been witnessing consuming your body and your mind? This is not a bad thing. It reflects your humanity and your empathy. But it can also lead to the very real pain and disease which is being inflicted upon the Palestinian people to also cause pain and suffering to yourself. So I invite you to breathe deeply, nourishingly, because we need you to be healthy and strong so that you can continue this very, very just fight that you are fighting. I invite you to just for a moment scan your body from the top very slowly down and just see if you can allow yourself to relax. Just for this moment. This is not a betrayal. This is self-care. Allow your deep and slow breaths to nourish your body so that you can stay healthy, so that you can help other people who so desperately need your help. I invite us to breathe slow and calm. And as you scan your body, just see, is your jaw tense? Can you relax your mouth? Your throat, which is so full of righteous words, can you allow it to relax? Can you allow your shoulders to just drop for a moment? Your chest, your heart center, can you allow this to relax and emit the energy of love? Your belly, can you allow it to relax and fall? Can you allow breath to enter every part of your being? This healing breath, which gives us life. Take this moment for yourself, for your brothers and sisters all around the world who are suffering. I invite you to imagine that we are sitting in a huge circle. We feel the energy of all those who want peace. We welcome this energy. We nurture this energy. We allow this energy to flow and rise. We allow this energy to permeate all of the hearts that truly need to feel it. We imagine this energy overflowing onto the hearts which have become cold. We imagine these hearts becoming softened for ego and shame and greed to be washed away. We long and we pray and we wish for peace. We long and we wish and we pray for an end to all suffering. We long for a time when forgiveness can be achieved so that this pain may not be carried on for another generation. Keep your breath low, slow, and strong and deep. In this circle, we know that love and commitment to truth and justice will prevail. We send this healing energy to all of those who need it. To the people who are suffering, we send our love. We send our embrace. To the people who have passed over, we will not forget you. We recognize this everlasting energy as oneness, as wholeness. And in those moments when our rage feels so strong that it may consume us, we come back to breath. We come back to grounding. We come back to peace. For if we can embody peace in our own actions, in our own bodies, in our own words, in our own minds, we are an embodiment of the change that we wish to see in this world. Now I would ask you to take a large, deep, collective inhalation and hold it and let go. And one more time, inhalation and hold it and let go. I send my deepest love and gratitude for you all gathering here today. May your light in your hearts continue to burn bright, and may peace prevail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aruba. That was a break from much of the activities that we've been engaged in the last 4 hours. I've got a number of artists that Marbara and Rahima have given. Let me just see if they're here. Mohammed Yaha Moya, or is he in the protest? Sharifa P, and then Chifa. If they're not, we've got 2 Rohingya brothers from the refugee camps in Bangladesh. They survived genocide in Burma, my country, 2016 and 17. So they have done the pre-recorded content. Yeah.
I think actually we have we have 2. Let me start with the Korimullah.
Okay.
And then I will go for Sirajul Islam, right?
Yeah. And then we'll go for, let's see, Mads Gilbert, a very well-known humanitarian Norwegian doctor who is in Cairo and try to get into Gaza. He just sent that tweet and he wanted us to, he sent it to me, and because he was unable to join us live, and he will give the most up-to-date. And then after that, we will have Professor Amar Ramahi, a Palestinian with roots in Gaza. He had a pre-recorded message, and then we will close our solidarity rally with and then we will have you speak, and then we will close it with Sestra or Kedmarsh from Bristol, and she will perform.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let me start.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Korimullah from the world's largest refugee camp in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh. As I am one of the modern-day genocide victims, I cannot remain silent on the heartbreaking brutalities and violence on the Palestinian brothers and sisters in Gaza. I realize Rohingya and Palestinian have so many parallels. For instance, during Myanmar genocide of Rohingya in 2017, the sympathizers from across the world voiced their outrage, but the world leader didn't make any attempts to save the lives of our peoples, even though they knew what was happening to us. Now, we are looking on every day and witnessing the same things unfolding in Gaza. Their world leaders Why are you keeping silent and biased? Where is your humanity? Where is your justice for the Palestinian brothers and sisters? How dare you turn a blind eye to the genocide is unfolding in Gaza right before your eyes is unimaginable and undescribable. I'm very saddened to see the children and the babies dying every day. It is shame on the Western countries who have been speaking loudly for human rights. Today, where is your advocacy? It is very heartbreaking seeing the children and their family members are buried in the rubble. I'm deeply saddened to see the hospital overwhelmed with patients were bombed by the Israeli airstrikes. There must be a ceasefire in Gaza right now. My stand is against colonization. I do support Zionism. I stand with Palestinians who has been colonized for 75 years. Dear Palestinians, we say we pray for you. We always pray for you. We grieve with you. We mourn over the unexpected deaths of innocent children in Gaza. Dear Palestinians, never give up. It is Palestine today. It was Palestine in the history books. It will always be Palestine. Therefore, we dare to say, you will win. You will win. The victory is yours. Thank you.
We play Siraju.
Free Palestine. In the world we inhabit, where we yearn for peace, an untold devil has arisen, a trend corrupting our world. The most evil figure in history, who has proven to the world that one can become a foe even to those generous souls who once offered him sanctuary, a lamentable, inconsolable truth. Often titled as a prime minister, massacring innocent Palestinians, daring to label those as animals who once nourished his hunger, committing abhorrent war crimes against those who once saved him. Dear Palestinians, you never walk alone. We the Rohingya hear your cries. We feel your anguish, for we have been through the same experience as you. We share the same sorrow. We share the same wounds. We witnessed the same turmoil. No, it's not the time to sleep, but to stand united with Palestine. It's not the time for silence, but to raise our voices in solidarity with Palestine. Let's unite as one. Let's say louder with one voice. Justice for Palestinians. No more occupation. No more bombarding. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Do you want to play
Tweet? Yeah, right?
Yeah, which one?
The tweet by this Norwegian doctor.
Yeah. Mats Gilbert.
Yeah.
I wish this had been the lineup of cars, trucks, and volunteers going into Rafah to help the people of Gaza in their terrible situation. It is not. It's the rush hour in Cairo, in Egypt. And we're here on the third week trying to enter Gaza to do our medical emergency mission with our colleagues, our brothers and sisters in Gaza. But we are not allowed in. Nobody is allowed in. Only a minuscule, not even a trickle of supplies. 12 trucks on an average for the last 5 days. And the backlog is more than 10,000 trucks, just to fill up what was missed during the last 3 weeks. So right now, my friends, the most important, the absolutely most important thing is to stop the bombing, to have a ceasefire, to lift the siege, the merciless siege of Gaza, and to open Gaza so that personnel, medical equipment, medical supplies, medicines, water, fuel, and all the other things needed to run the healthcare system and to live something like a livable life. Everyone can participate. No voice is too low. No demonstration is too small. No letter to your prime minister or to anyone else in the power circles is too insignificant. Now we need more than ever to stand up and show what we're made of. Show which side we are on in this struggle during this dark hour of humanity. So from Egypt, I send my greetings and my appeal to all of you. Do something, do more. We're living in the history books now, and we will write our names into the history books according to our actions or our inactions. Shukran jazilan, and Kuluna Gaza. Kuluna Gaza.
Matt Gilbert is a retired professor of medicine at the University of Tromsø, and he has been involved in this issue for almost half a century, as far as I know. And he is very well acquainted with me over almost 30 years. The next clip we have is from Omar Ramahi, a professor at the University of Waterloo in Toronto. His mother still lives in West Bank.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Omar Ramahi. I'm from the University of Waterloo, professor at the University of Waterloo in Canada. And I'm going to give you some information about the Islamic University of Gaza. I'm going to read some information that is readily available on the internet. But also I'm going to share with you a letter that I received from the Islamic University of Gaza president himself, Professor Sufyan Tahir. So the Islamic University of Gaza is also known as the IUG, and IU Gaza is an independent Palestinian university established in 1978 in Gaza City. It was the first higher education institution to be established in Gaza City, the first. The university has 11 faculties capable of including BA, BS, MA, MS, MD, PhD, diplomas, and higher diplomas, in addition to 20 research centers and institutes. The Islamic University of Gaza is a member of 12 regional and international associations and networks of higher education, including the International Association of Universities, Mediterranean Universities, Union, Association of Arab Universities, Federation of the University of the Islamic World, Black Sea and Eastern Mediterranean Academic Network, and the Global University Network for Innovation. Large parts, by the way, of the Islamic University of Gaza were damaged severely in earlier airstrikes in 2008, 2009, Gaza War, 2014. But what happened recently is beyond description. The university was subjected to the different Israeli restrictions against Palestinian universities, so it didn't evolve in an easy way. It had been extremely difficult, exceptionally difficult. So the Palestinians received the establishment of the Faculty of Nursing, just as an example. It took 7 years for the Israeli authorities to approve the permit for establishing a Faculty of Nursing. So typically building permits were stalled for years and limited. Also, similar to other universities in the West Bank, the other occupied parts of Palestinian territories, the Islamic University was subjected to severe restrictions on academic freedom, such as limitation of staff movement and typically and regularly to Israeli military orders, most notably Israeli military order number 854. So what's an Israeli military order? It's an Israeli military order is a general order issued by an Israeli military commander over territory under Israeli military occupation. It has the force of law. Enforcement of such order is carried out by Israeli military police and military courts instead of civil courts. So in the West Bank, 82% of the West Bank territory is subject to the military courts and the Israeli military orders. Now you contrast this with Israeli civilians living in colonies, i.e. settlements in the West Bank. Those are subject to civil courts. This exemplifies and demonstrates the blatant apartheid, the very clear apartheid system that Israel imposes on the occupied territories. I received the following message that I want to read to you from my former colleague. He was visiting at the University of Waterloo for 1 year. Professor Sufyan Taye was visiting at the University of Waterloo because he won a prestigious award. He served as a visiting scholar for 1 year. He sent me this message on October 10th. Islamic University of Gaza suffered severe damage. I'm going to read his message. Suffered severe damage due to Gaza City bombardment on October 9th. Extensive sections of the assembly. By the way, you can go and watch on YouTube when Israel and how Israel bombed the University of Gaza. It's just very available to anyone. Extensive sections, I continue his message, of the Islamic University of Gaza have incurred substantial damage and significant material losses as a result of the Zionist bombardment that targeted Gaza City yesterday, Monday, October 9th. The Faculty of Information Technology, the Deanery of Community Service and Continuous Education, and the Faculty of Science buildings at the university were severely damaged, including their equipment, laboratories, and furniture. Additionally, most of the university windows, facade have been shattered. Israel airstrike targeted numerous ministries, headquarters, and government institutions adjacent also to the university yesterday. These attacks resulted in the extensive damage surrounding the university, including the IUG. The university urgently appeals to all international institutions, organizations, and bodies to intervene swiftly and take effective measures to protect the institutions serving all Palestinian people from these aggressions. Furthermore, immediate action is needed to ensure the rights of students and the educational process are safeguarded against these assaults. We call upon the free world to promptly counter the discriminatory policies of the occupation and confront its arbitrary attack on the educational process. The university extends its call to academic institutions, universities worldwide, their staff and their unions to stand in solidarity with the Islamic University of Gaza and Palestinian universities. It urges them to condemn the racist attacks on Palestinian educational and academic institutions, signed the Islamic University of Gaza and signed by its president. My time is up, but I'm going to just move out of my give you a very nice full view of what has happened to the University of Gaza. This is one picture of many that I received. The university is completely bombed out of service. I hope we all can rise to the responsibilities as humans, academics, regular people, to stand up to this genocide we're waging against this generation of the Palestinian people and their future. generations. Thank you very much.
We thank Professor Omar Ramahi. And now my brother, Rohingya brother, Nisang, will share his words of solidarity.
Thank you, Kuzani. Hello, everyone. I am a Rohingya, and I want to talk about my strong feeling of support for my Palestinian brother and sisters. I feel just as connected to them as I do with my fellow Rohingya people. I'm grateful to my brother Dr. Zani for putting together this important event. And first and foremost, I offer my sincere condolences to all the family who have tragically lost their loved one. It is truly heartbreaking that some family have been completely erased from civil record. And we Rohingya share similar stories. Some of our people are still living in open-air prison in Rakhine State, Myanmar. Some are confined in concentration camp, while the majority of our population are in the refugee camp in Bangladesh. We continue to endure apartheid, face the hardship of life, and have suffered various forms of persecution, including an ongoing genocide. And it is painful to remember that the world didn't come to help us when we face brutal killing, massacres, and horrific acts like infant being thrown into fires, our villages being razed to the ground, and our women and girls enduring rape. Sadly, I see a similar form of suffering among my Palestinian brother and sister in Gaza and the West Bank. And I would even dare to say that they face more than what we experience. And what Palestinian people are facing is the greatest injustice in the world. It has been going on for 75 years, and it is disheartening to witness the lack of fairness from the many governments around the world. But there is something happening, something very powerful happening. Millions of people are taking to the street, and we hear free Palestine from all over the world. The support from people mean a lot. My only hope is that this wave of public opinion can influence government to stop supporting injustice or ongoing genocide in Gaza. The spirit of Palestinian people is incredibly strong among oppressed community worldwide. I have been deeply inspired by their unwavering confidence that they will one day break free from oppression, colonization, or whatever you may call it. I am full of confidence that they will achieve freedom very soon. My heartfelt prayer go out to all Palestinian brother and sister wishing for an immediate end to their suffering. From river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to Kadmarsh or Sestra to close this event with her, artistic talents, just want to say a few words. I was at Auschwitz visiting with my family. It was my fourth time, and I studied totalitarianism and repression with one of the pioneering historians of SS and Himmler, head of SS, and he interrogated as a U.S. Army intelligence officer. He was a German American, born in Wisconsin near Milwaukee, and he interrogated surrendered SS officers, junior and mid ranks, in the Allied occupied Germany right after 1945. And so when I was at Auschwitz, I saw a chilling parallel, the concept of collective punishment, what the SS did to the Nazi inmates and the entire Jewish population, because they consider a few, people guilty of trying to escape or stealing a piece of bread. In Auschwitz, the entire camp, 200 football field that would fit into the one of the largest camps over there. There was not a single grass, because the inmates were eating anything they could get their hands on, including grass. And so one of the survivors was asked, what was Auschwitz like? When the survivor was in there, was there any green grass? And the answer was, I would have eaten it if there was a grass. So that's a scenario that we are witnessing live in Gaza. And I think the last thing I wish to say is, all genocides are perpetrated in the name of self-defense. The Nazis were defending the Aryan nation against what they consider racial contamination by the impure and inferior races such as Poles and primarily the German Jewish people. So Israel is allowed carte blanche to commit genocide, in the name of self-defense. And there's nothing proportionate, in the use of violence against victims of genocide. Absolutely nothing proportionate. This idea, this talk of international law and humanitarian pauses, this is all bullshit. Excuse my language. The situation calls for this kind of language. And finally, all genocides are Orwellian. The killers are self-defenders, and the dehumanized and maimed and exterminated people were savages. The American Declaration of Independence, issued July 4th, 1776, officially and publicly termed or described the Native Americans as savages. Savages. This is coming from the likes of Thomas Jefferson and people consider enlightened, European Enlightenment, so-called. And finally, Netanyahu wants to portray the IDF, Israeli Defense Force, as the most moral defense force, the moral army in the world. Think about it. The Germans used the term harmless. They don't say annihilation. They didn't say, if you look at the Nazi literature, Goebbels from, down, they use the word rendering, enemy populations harmless. Harmless. Mass extermination is termed final solution to the Jewish problem. That's precisely what the Zionist state of Israel is doing. They call it final rehabilitation. So, folks, we are looking at an extraordinary event. We are reliving 1930s. We are reliving Edward Colston's time of transatlantic slave trade. We must not wait 200 years to be able to pull down the statues of Edward Colston and the likes. We must pull these imperialists down by their necks. This is not the language of violence. This is figuratively, as Mandela said, the oppressor, the colonizer, the genociders, they decide what methods of resistance that will be imposed upon the oppressed. And so therefore, we refuse to condemn the methods chosen by the oppressed to free themselves. At the end of the day, Palestinians will free themselves. We are just playing second fiddle. without further ado, thank you so much for joining all of this, the proceedings. We are in our fifth hour, and it's incredible that this event is made possible by every one of you. And so, Kat, take it from here.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. I just want to say huge thanks to all the organizers. Thank you, Zani. Thank you, guys. Thank you to Rahima and Mabra for inviting me. I was at the Bristol March today. It was so huge, so powerful, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop at all until there's ceasefire, and then we're not going to stop until there's justice. And then we need, liberation for the Palestinians, freedom for the Palestinians, and freedom for everyone who is oppressed everywhere. And I'm just going to sing a song. It's a love song because I think this whole movement is about love, right? I'm just going to do it. Was I telling you the nights? Oh, gee, I from the breathe again, oh flame, my love. No sun right now. No sun burns bright. Open palms wait for your grace. Once more, caress I'll take. Oh, the memory of your touch. No sun burns bright. No sun burns in the Thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a restful evening. And we are going to end the rally, and we'll be in touch. We've got all the emails, and I'm going to circulate all the emails and names to the entire group of participants, and so you can all network and stay in touch. And lots of love, respect, and appreciation for each and every one of you. Thank you very much from all of us.